fire flowing deep beneath the ocean. Fibonacci symbols, carbon printing everything from the soil up through the root, them where the fruit has stem from. Yeah. All are we forward from the same carbon.
My son, your son, my son, this is our place under the sun. The whole thing a designated solar system. There's a little humor in the equation. My son, your son, my son, this is our place under the sun. What is your root of a standing of relevance? I address the delusion, hurting all iration that brought to tangibility and illusion. Some will see them from a place of non-existence, while they carry out a purge of planet reduction. Yes, a mindset of a process of elimination, involving psychology, tanks, bombs and guns. The heaviest weapon is information. Deadliest weapon is information.
Same carbon, some try to demonize all land, like they're doing to ISIS and everything that is African. And where them show up on TV station, inside fear and drive more division, poison the youths and talk about a natural selection. Nanotechnology, software injection. Biowarfare, psychological warfare. Yeah. Oh, Jah Rastafari, could you be my peace of mind? Yeah, biowarfare, psychological warfare. Yeah. Oh, Jah Rastafari, could you be my peace of mind? Rastafari.
My son, your son, my son, this is our place under the sun. What is your root of a standing of relevance of our thing?
From the smallest of life to the greatest, from the greatest of life to the smallest, there is nothing you can do in His presence. Not anything could harm you in His presence. Selah, say Selah, say of life, how don't you know it? There is a higher manifestation, Ethiopia, the highest nation, Ethiopia. Oh, Aliyah, Selah, say Selah, say way to the palace down below. And I shall see every knee shall bow. There's no running this time. Be courageous.
Greetings in the name of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I and Empress Menin Asfoa. Good evening and welcome to this, our celebration of the 91st anniversary of the coronation of His Imperial Majesty, or Their Majesties, today virtually, 91 years ago. It's really with a certain kind of pleasure that we bring this event to you today. Online, in line with an annual ritual now 91 years in its operation. And this is really a significant Rastafari family event and is largely that of acknowledging this important moment in creation when their majesties took the seat as anticipated in Ethiopia and witnessed by many ones around the world. Today, our objective is really to share this celebration as a global family with community members from the United States, Europe, Africa, Caribbean, and South America. And the intention is really to have different locations chime in on their own local celebrations. So this evening, we have participation from St. Croix, St. Lucia, Washington, Jamaica, and beyond in bringing you a feel of what it is that this day means for us. Now, today is the 1st of November. It's about the 2nd of November in Ethiopia. And routinely, our celebrations begin on the 1st, normally just about evening, midnight. Given the online constraints, we have started somewhat earlier and have programmed a sort of edutainment section to allow for our participants, some of whom have never experienced an Ibingi, some of whom are new to Rastafari and have little introduction. We've put together a program that helps to bring some of the gaps together so that you will have a fulsome experience. This is a major Rastafari holiday, holy day, and an important duty among I and I that is common to the entire community, irrespective of the congregation or mansion that ones belong to. But today, most importantly, we're solidly Ethiopians behind this ritual of enthronement of their majesties. And rightfully, we want to commence our activities with a word of Amharic prayer brought by a Ethiopian in the West, but one who has taken the time to learn from the church and learn the language, even so much as just to pray for us. So I'm going to invite my good brother, Gabri Medin Taylor, to block the prayer in Amharic for us this evening.
Yeah. Greetings, ones and ones, in the mighty name of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I. It's a great occasion, and I want to give thanks unto Jalani to give I the opportunity to share with I a word of prayer to invite the Irish of His Imperial Majesty within our midst. However, before I say the Our Father prayer in Amharic, there is a chant I want to share with us from the Divine Liturgy. It's called the Prayer of Incense. And it says, O eternal Jah, the first and the last, was neither beginning nor end, who art great in thy construction and mighty in thy work, and wise in thy counsel, and strong in thy power. who does exist in all and will continue with all. Be with I and I, O Jah, at this hour, and stand in I and I midst, and purify I and I heart, and sanctify I and I soul, and I and I body, and I and I iris, and wash I and I from all sins which we have done wittingly or unwittingly. Grant I and I to offer before thee a reasonable sacrifice, and a sacrifice of blessing, which thou will make to enter in within the veil, the holy of holies, thy everlasting dwelling place. Towards thee, O Jah, we have lifted up our eyes and raised our hearts and exalted our thoughts. Thou who has existed from before the foundation of the world and will be forever, none knows thy beginning or end. Infinite art thou, nor can any find thee, and none can know thee or see thee. Thou knowest thyself, and thy kingdom is without end. Thy power is immutable, thy greatness is infinite, nor is thy glory hidden. To all thou art unseen, yet all is seen of thee. Thou hast no beginning, but thou bringest all things to their end. Infinite art thou, but for all things thou dost set bounds. All things are from thee, and all things are through thee, and all things are for thee. Thou art in all, in thy greatness, thou art higher than the high ones. Yet thou dost visit the humble through thy manifestation to I and I on the 23rd of July, and also on the 2nd of November, 1930 at thy coronation. Yea, Haile Selassie is God of all. Yea, Haile Selassie is King of all. Yea, Haile Selassie is the Almighty. Yea, Haile Selassie is the Governor of all. Yea, Haile Selassie is the Savior of all. Yea, Haile Selassie is the Judge of all. Yea, Haile Selassie is the life giver of all. Yea, Haile Selassie are the keeper of all. Yea, Haile Selassie are the nourisher of all. Best be a old man faskidos, do am lak, sila. Bata chino best man you meet know, se make this man giste timta. Fika de best man in the nation di bem de to yun. Ye letin jachinin, zetin zari, bedala chinin, ye kerbelin, ignam, ye bedelin, ye kendemnel, abitu wa de fatina tagban. Kaki fuenji, yenti natina Hailem, Missiganam, Leslali mo, sila, siai, ja, Rastafari. And that was the Our Father prayer. But to seal it up with the prayer to the mother of creation, Ima Bete Mariam. Ima Bete Mariam, Mawa Bemela Kukidis Gabriel, Salam Salam, Elish Aliu. Biasi Bish Dingel Nesh, Besi Gashim Dingel Nesh. Yashina Figze Abiena Toy, Salamta, Yegebal, Kesa Yituch. Ulu Telaite, Shante Berkesh Nesh. Freya, Yete Barkesh, Yete Menashawe, Freya, Yesos Christos. Yete Barat no Zegan, Yete Malishawe, Desebelish. Kulu Kanchiganona. Kete wadada legita chin, kemdenata chin, ke Yesus Christos sekirtan, leminalalin, atiata chin, yester selin, zen, lezelalemu, sila, siai, ja, Rastafari. Give thanks and praise ones and ones. And that was a short prayer given from I, to the blessing of His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie I the First. May this reasoning be a good reasoning, and may this reasoning be a hopeful reasoning, all in favor of His Imperial Majesty and His wonderful works, and for Him to recognize us so that we may see Him and live the light that He shine. Thanks and praise. Bless the love, my Lord. Give thanks.
Yes, give thanks to my brother, my Ethiopian Orthodox brother, Gabriel Medhin Taylor, for those words, Amharic and English invocations to start us off this afternoon. One of the young brothers who has an anciency in his trod and commitment to Rastafari. So we give thanks for those words. This afternoon, I want to introduce myself. I am Jalani Naya, also known as Bongo Naya. And what we're really offering is a navigation across our community gathered here online that shares their different localities and perspectives in commemorating this anniversary. our intention is really to allow for the local communities that have agreed to share to direct their own unfoldings and to center their celebration and message in whichever way that they choose. As I mentioned before, we have St. Croix, guided by selections that you would have heard at the start from Phallus Ras Sounds, along with what we are expecting to be a Nyabingi ISIS of sorts, plus a short reasoning about collective security. That will be followed by, and that's expected to register within the first hour. After that, we are sharing footage of the coronation itself, archival footage. And this has a specific quality here that IDOR, in synergy with the archive, I think it's the Smithsonian, they've been able to create an animated product that not just presents the footage, but presents it with sound in the treatment that Rastafari would bring to such a document. And that is going to be shared from 5 onwards. It's about 20, 30 minutes. So we ask that you line up for that. Many people have never seen this footage, and it really gives a hint in front of the cameras of some of what we know took extraordinary circumstances, not just in front of the cameras, but behind the scenes. We move from the footage of the coronation to a small connecting interlude of music that will take us next to St. Lucia, where we're going to hear from the Ubuntu movement, linking the coronation and the children of Ethiopia. And this reasoning is guided by Empress Rwanda, Ethiopia, out of the Mount Kailash Rejuvenation Center. And that would be followed by a selection of children's chant by the Bobo youth in that space. After we leave from St. Lucia, we turn to Europe, where we have a small slide selection, production, that really helps us to understand the kinds of invitations that went out to European sovereigns and how that was taken up and the subsequent uptake of Rastafari even within Europe itself. After that, we move into the Jamaican context and we spend a little time here. Our anticipation is to go through our usual recognition of the coronation by a detailed account of different sources that provide the information that we now hold as central. The coronation is accounted particularly famously in the National Geographic of June 1931. And on just a personal note, my first Naibingi, which took place, more than 2 decades ago, I arrived at the tabernacle at Pitford in the height of Ras Ivai's reenactment of this famous account. Ras Ivai is particularly adept at taking this off the page. And I just recall, I'd never experienced a reading of an event that felt so relevant and now in our presence. And this has become a standard. In fact, there are videos that have been developed around this reenactment of the coronation. It has become perhaps one of the first rituals that has been accepted, that we have to go through the motions of celebrating this event in the way it happened in Ethiopia. And many of you do know that the coronation was just not a one-day event. The one day was the public features of a ritual that took place over a week with extended commitments honoring that moment in Ethiopia in a significant way. So we move into the Jamaica space that provides those reflections on the coronation itself and to further um, probe an investigation into the elders' reflection on the coronation and its significance within the context of the Nyabingi. Um, Nyabingi, many of you here know, is common to all Rastafari, but particularly on the coronation event, um, most Rastafari are celebrating in this ritual Nyabingi name form. And particularly within the Nyabingi context, as in the Theocracy Reign Order of the Nyabingi, it's perhaps one of the most national and international spaces for this to happen. And we'd like to hear a little about how that has evolved over the years. This conversation is facilitated by Ras Ivai Tafari, Ras Ayavi, Ras Miguel Lorne, and Ras Kaim, or Brother Jakes, as we know him. And that conversation is expected to last a little over an hour, about an hour and 20 minutes, also allowing for inputs from anyone here who feels that they have something that, you know, is worth offering to the congregation here. We then move into a particular focus on Rastafari women. This is guided by Dr. Dina Marie Bursford Mama Willeti, really looking at the matriarchal strength of Rastafari, and Sister Monifa. Now, I want to, not digressively, but admittedly, say that thanks to IDOR, in spite of COVID, last year, this platform was used to successfully share this Nyabingi ritual across families around the world. What that has shown us is that we were more than prepared to move and embrace technology in a way that worked in spite of everything else that has been happening around us. But perhaps one of the most amazing or useful thing that I think this opportunity provided was real time for critical reflection, documentation, and teaching online, and particularly highlighting the voices of the matriarchs, the sisters within the community, what we have come to be guided by Rases Jazz and I to recognize as the blue fire energy, as an important, overlooked, but central aspect of our development. And in that last 12 months, what we've really been guided on is a journey that has brought more clarity to the family in total, the royal family, and its investment in our own liberation process. So I want to recognize that that has been an outgrowth of this process, and more importantly, that that continues in this conversation somewhat. But I couldn't miss the opportunity to mention that development, I think, that has taken place, those reasonings that have really helped us significantly in balancing the discourse. We move from there into opening up for international contributions that one's present might wish to block a quick sound on that, and then there's a question and answering period, and then we wrap up hopefully by 9:30. Our intention at that point is to turn over to Ras Ayavi at Pit 4 in Granville, Montego Bay, to be taken into the sharing of that community. Nyabingi Center in Granville has been engaging with a number of issues, including upgrading its infrastructure and fundraising, the Carl Gardens issue with the Benevolent Society taking charge of restorative justice and reparations for elders. So there's much particularly now happening out of that space, and we will turn over to the Nyabingi space. I gather they might share with us some of the build up to the full scale ritual, which will unfold after midnight. Hopefully we're able to stay to catch the kindling of the fire, which is expected not long before midnight. That's a particularly dramatic interpretation, and dramatic is said respectfully. The way the community engages the priesthood in bringing light out of this dark kindling, the fire key itself, and how that transforms the gathering from that point on. So this is our online version that is intended to hopefully bridge the gap of the physical presence to share an important moment with those of us who are seasoned and those who are interestedly new, and hopefully to take this conversation further along in the course of African redemption, African liberation, which is ultimately what this day is seen as representing. I want to, at this point, introduce my assistant or my co-host. Sister Colleen has been multitasking as our tech op, and she's particularly going to help in monitoring the conversations across the platform and helping to ensure that all the voices that are here can effectively input efficiently as we see it. I think I've said more than I expected to say. I see Mama Eleanor, Sister Eleanor in camera. It's always a joy. Welcome to our beloved elder matriarch. We are at a point in our histories where we are just so appreciative when this generation finds not just time, but interest enough to navigate the technology. I'm not suggesting that Sister Eleanor is by any means incapable of keeping abreast with technology, but persons like herself, RAS Ambassador Frank I. Francis, and others, even the youthful RAS Aya V, all of them who are consistent in ensuring that all of their experience is available to us, no matter what the space that we choose to do this work. Sister Colleen, I then want to turn to you to get a sense as to how we wish to move forward at this point. I give thanks.
Give thanks, Jelani. We are moving now to St. Croix, so I am going to add them to the screen.
So we're welcoming Barry Tizadi,
yeah,
and the St. Lucia family, who will share with us.
the St. Croix family.
Sorry, the St. Croix family. Yeah, man, St. Croix. Yes, one perfect love, and we turn over to the able hands of the brethren there. Give thanks for the strength.
Yes, give thanks. Yes, greetings in the name of the Most High, Emperor Haile Selassie I, and Empress Mene Naspa. And I say, hail to the Lord's anointed, David greater son. We hail him in his time appointed, for his reign on earth has begun. He come to break down the walls of oppression and to set all the captives free. Come to wipe away transgression and to rule with equality. For all of I and I that know that Satan's kingdom fall, I and I hands and heart must be pure and clean in order for I and I to rally around the red, the gold, and the green. So we give thanks unto the ancient matriarchs and patriarchs that are gathered here with us today. We give thanks for I and I ancients that have trod before I and laid the path for I and I. Emperor Haile Selassie I reigneth. Emperor Haile Selassie I is clothed with majesty. Emperor Haile Selassie I is clothed with strength, whereat he had girded himself. This world is established that it cannot be removed. Haile Selassie I throne, it is established from anciency. For Haile Selassie I, the floods lift up their waves, the floods lift up their voice. Yes, but Emperor Haile Selassie I on high is mightier than the waters, mightier than the roaring seas. So yes, we give thanks and praises unto the Almighty Emperor Haile Selassie I, and Empress Mene Naspa, the perfect balance in iration, the life force that brought forth all things in creation. So and I will give thanks and chant a few chants here as we honor the glory of the coronation of I King I rightful ruler and the champion of humanity, Emperor Haile Selassie IV. Say angels crowning, angels crowning, angels crowning, the angels crowning, the angels crowning.
I'm
I
not
think our transmission seems to be somewhat strained.
okay. All right, I'll check in with them. Do you mind, Jelani, if we go to the viewing of the video while
Uh,
we?
well, I think let's, if we can pause for 5 minutes to iron that out. I think it's better if we can try to complete that before moving to the video.
Right.
So yeah, this is one of the things that we have discovered online. The dinghy can either go fast or slow or not at all, depending on how the satellite chooses to align itself. But we are trusting that all will be well in due course. Yeah, that was brethren from St. Croix, who we still hope we can rejoin without much more delay. And if not, then we might have to do as you've suggested, which is to move to our next item. But that throws us off as well.
I'm checking in.
All right. So yeah. So as you can see, the community is widely dispersed across the Caribbean, and in each spot, in some shape or form, we anticipate that there's a solidarity of the Nyabingi Isis being chanted, small and large groups keeping social distance and still blazing the fire. We can't not blaze the fire. In fact, I think our fire may have grown stronger online in the last year. We just need to make sure that it's one of those fire that going bring us to the heights that we, But I see some of that happening. A number of different online spaces emerging and demonstrating that there is a real need for consistent fellowship, not just in the area, but across the Rastafari world. And this has been, I think, one of the big achievements during lockdown, that we've been working across boundaries in ways that we had not imagined a few decades ago. There we go, Isla full. Yeah, man, meant to be. So we return to Ras's in St. Croix. Picking up on the audio, we're not hearing audio, but yeah, man, nice.
we cry. Angels cry. We crowning. I listen last to the first Empress Melenaspa crowning. Angels crowning. Angels crowning. Crowning. We crowning. November 2nd, crowning. 1930, angels crowning. 72 nations bow. Crowning. Crowning. The angels crowning. Angels crowning. All nations had to bow and crown him King of Kings. All nations had to bow and crown him Lord of Lords. For it was written in the book of Revelation. It was written in the book of Psalms. Our kings fell down before him, 'cause he is the King of Kings. All nations had to bow and crown him King of Kings. Yeah! Said all nations had to bow and crown him Lord of Lords. It was written in the book of Revelation. It was written in the books of Psalms. All knees shall down before him, 'cause he is the King of Kings. All nations had to bow and crown him King of Kings. All nations
have to bow and crown him King of Kings. All nation have to bow and crown him Lord of Lords. For it was written in the book of Revelation, it was written in the book of Psalms.
Who mute the sister? I don't understand that.
She's not muted at all.
You have the ear now? And again, Babylon, your God. Mystery Babylon, your God. Eli, Selassie the first. Eli, Selassie the first. Eli, Selassie the first. And Empress Menenaspa. Yes, and I will lift up on our eyes unto the hills and whence cometh and I help. And I help coming from the name of the Most High Emperor Haile Selassie the first, that have I rated I and I. Haile Selassie the first, that have I rated the heavens and the earth, shall neither slumber nor sleep. For Emperor Haile Selassie the first is I and I keeper. Yes, Emperor Haile Selassie the first is shield upon I and I right hand. For Emperor Haile Selassie the first, I bind thy protection, the wicked shall not smite I by thee, nor the weak heart by night. For Emperor Haile Selassie the first shall preserve I and I life. Emperor Haile Selassie the first shall preserve I and I trodden out of mystery Babylon, even in this time and forever. I was glad when they said unto I and I, come, let us go and trot up into the house of the Most High Emperor Haile Selassie the first. And thy feet must stand within the gates of Ethiopia. Ethiopia is builded as a city that is compact together, where I and I, the sons and the daughters of the Most High Emperor Haile Selassie the first, trod upon to the testimony of New Jerusalem, to give thanks and praises unto the name of the true and living God, Emperor Haile Selassie the first, where they are the set thrones of judgment from the house of Emperor Haile Selassie the first. So I and I will lift up our hands unto the Haile Selassie the first, to the art the judge and the king and the ruler, even in this time forth and forever, the world without end. Yeah, so get them out, we got them out, Haile Selassie the first, as it was doubt in the beginning, so shall it always be in this Iowa here, as I bring forward the ancient children from that time. But I said, the I scattered I and I into a land of darkness, and upon I and I had the great light shine. Yes, 400 years in the land of wilderness. But I said unto the misleaders them, unto the south, say unto the north, give up, unto the south, keep not back. But send thy sons from afar, and even thy daughters from the ends of the earth, even everyone that is called by the name. When Eli Selassie the first, Rastafari. For the earth is Emperor Haile Selassie the first own, and the fullness thereof. The world and I that dwell therein. For Emperor Haile Selassie the first has founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the high hills of the Most High Emperor Haile Selassie the first? Who shall stand within thy holy place? I that have clean hands and pure thoughts, who have not put down on thy life unto vanity, no gone and soon deceitfully. Surely I shall receive the blessed man from the Most High Emperor Haile Selassie the first. For Haile Selassie the first is the righteousness of our salvation. For I is the generation of them that seek him, that seek his imperial majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie the first face. So lift up their heads, all the Ethiopians, and be lifted up, ye ever living ones. And the king of all among Zion must come in. Who is the king of all among Zion? Emperor Haile Selassie the first. He is strong and mighty, even in this great Armageddon battle. So lift up their heads, all ye nations and ye nations, and be lifted up, ye ever living ones. And the king of glory, he must come in. Who is the king of glory? Emperor Haile Selassie the first. He is the king of glory. Hallelujah, hallelujah. The prince and princesses, we must come out of dirty Babylon. Ethiopians shall stretch forth their hands unto our divine majesties, Emperor Haile Selassie the first and Empress Menenaspa. The Irish shall within I and I, to dwell in the paths of righteousness. For thy name's sake lead I and I. Help I and I to forgive that I and I must be forgiven. Teach I and I love, loyalty, and earth as it is in Mount Zion. Endow I and I with wise mind, with knowledge, and I standing to do thy will. Thy blessed man to I and I, that the hungry be fed, the naked clothed, the sick nourished, the aged protected, and the infants cared for. I live I and I from the hands of our enemies, that we may prove fruitful even in these perilous days. When our enemies are past and decayed, in the depths of the seas, in the depths of the earth, even in the belly of the beast. Grant unto I and I, a place within the ever-living King, through the powers of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, the conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, the elect of himself, at the light of this world. And I, Divine Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie the first ancient King of Iration, Emperor Haile Selassie the first, the Alpha, the Omega, Empress Menenaspa. Yes, I beginning without end, the first and forever, the protectorate of I and I life, I and I faith, and the ruler of this great universe. So we hail on to the Most High. Emperor Haile Selassie first. O great and thunderable Haile Selassie the first. O holy omnipotent Haile Selassie the first. O excellent is thy name in all of the earth. Blessed be thy name. Let the words of thy mouth, the meditations of thy spirit, let it humbly be acceptable in thy sight, O Emperor Haile Selassie the first. To the eyes and thy strength, and thy mighty Redeemer, and thy wonderful counselor, the Prince of Peace, earth rightful ruler, the I am that liveth and reigneth and ruleth forever and forever and forever. Amen. Selah. Yes, give thanks. I do family, global family. At this time here, from the St. Croix House, and I would share a brief reasoning of collective security and self-determination as I look forward to parting and creating my own destiny in this Iowa here. So again, I'll share a few words of collective security because Emperor Haile Selassie I is the one that coined in the term collective security in reality. Not just by the word, but by his pen as the founding member of the League of Nations, now known as the United Nations. Baba Jana spoke to them highly of collective security. And I used to show how even from that time to this time, in a span of 91 years, the same Antichrist government has been perpetuating the same lies and injustice and chemical warfare from that time even to now. And in the spirit of Emperor Haile Selassie I, who is the father of all of humanity, not just I and I, but all of Iration, I and I see fit that I and I should look in the works of how Emperor Haile Selassie I would deal with the United Nations and would deal with the government in a time like this here we're living in. So if they would allow I and I a few minutes to just go through a word song of collective security, the importance of it, and self-determination, the drive to create our own destiny. Haile Selassie first. As we look at collective security, the cooperation of several countries in alliance to strengthen the security of each other. So the cooperation of I and I, Rastafari, organization, mansions, other Pan-African based organizations should work together in a networking in order to strengthen our security against the Antichrist government that is trying to exterminate the population of mankind by biological warfare, through the pandemic that they call the viruses, the booster shots, which then leads up to the mark of the beast, the microchip. This Antichrist government that I speak of, yes, even in 2020, I see the economy dropped drastically in 2020, not just in the US, globally. And I see businesses, home owners, all etc. suffered greatly economically in the year 2020. One, to deny one of their basic human rights, mandating vaccine shots. This is across the board. Two, this antichrist government too. Food shortages that is being spoken of heavily in the news. Shortages not just of food, but of all items on the shelves. 3, because the nations them of the world to be dependent on the system and the government for food, for aid for food, for protection. They also said, Charlie, one wouldn't be able to buy nor sell without the chip. So this is where the government globally is leading the mass of mankind towards. They have no morals, no morals. A Sodom and Gomorrah. And I see where Obama put the term, you still on?
Yes, Brethren, you're
And I see Obama, who they said is the first Black president of the United States, brought in that man and woman is equal, that man and man can be married and it is just in the eyes of God. I saw this in the Obama administration that brought such a desolation on the earth. Same way, and I see that in this government today, a woman can be conceived and be pregnant even at 9 months, and it's still legal that you can have an abortion even in the 9th month. That's a child that the law now is legal to abort a child even in the 9th month. This is a law of government that has no morals, no morals. The Antichrist government, same way. I have never seen no government come to the people and tell them, I will pay you to take this shot. I've never seen no government put a lottery, tell you, put your name in, and they will pull a lottery to win $10,000 if you participate in the vaccination program. I've never seen these things again. Never. Same way, we look forward, and we saw now the poison vaccines that the CDC, the vampire Gucci come and tell you it's okay to take, and he put his stamp and approval on it. We come to see it's not tested properly. We come to see the cases of people that have died by taking the vaccine. It is kept on the down low. They don't tell you those numbers. I also see that the first time I've seen doctors get paid for giving statistics telling you that their patients died from COVID when their patients died from all other natural ailments. They get paid for telling you this is the cause of it. Now, I go forward to say that this same beast, this government, this United Nations that violated the same collective security laws and peace treaty at the League of Nations, known today as the United Nations, which Emperor Haile Selassie I is the one that coined in the term collective security. Each one be treated with dignity and respect. Apart from the kingdom of the Lord, there is not on this earth any nation that is superior to any other. God and history will remember your judgments. It is an international morality that is at stake. Emperor Haile Selassie I went on to tell them, I pray to the Almighty God that he may spare the nations the terrible sufferings that have just been inflicted on my people. It is my duty to inform the governments assembled in Geneva, responsible as they are for the lives of millions of men, women, and children, of the deadly peril which threatens them by describing to them the fate which has been suffered by Ethiopians in order to terrorize and exterminate them. This is why I decided to come myself to bear witness against the crime perpetuated against my people and to give Europe a warning of the doom that awaits it if they should bow down to the accomplished facts. So I see Emperor Haile Selassie I is warning the United Nations, which is a perpetuated judgment, because in the order and the oneness of collective security, Italy violated the treaty, and all the nations that are in alliance with the treaty stood aside quietly and did nothing. The embargo that was set against Italy, it didn't harm Italy. They neither allowed finances to be given to Ethiopia to help defend herself. So I say that to say this. Even in the kidnapping of our ancestors and the raping and the torturing and the stealing and bringing across as chattel slavery in the Atlantic slave trade, these European nations, they not only made great wealth and posterity for their oncoming generations, but they did that off the backs of I ancestors, where they cut us off completely from being a people. I see now, as we look at the abolishment of slavery, 40 acres and mule was only a word of promissory. 40 acres and mule was a word of promissory, and all of the other constitutional rights that came about. The Declaration of Human Rights, the basic human rights to govern mankind, today, just like it was being violated 400 years ago, it is being violated today again by this same government that is covering the world right now. And I see the same way that we may have been cut off from being a people, from our name, our spiritual birthplace, our language, yet still, the Most High find us to be precious in His sight through a covenant He made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Israel, that He shall stretch His hand the second time and gather us wherever we were scattered. That's what He said to the north, give up, the south keep not back. Send my sons afar and daughters from the ends of the earth. I'll call by His name. And I see same way that as I ancestors came forward here in this land of misery, under the torture that we came through, I see now in the birth of Rastafari, through the glory of the coronation, the opening up of the seals, the same persecution, almost even worse, because we came through the dark age of slavery to step forward, where all men should be treated equally. And I see ancient patriarchs like Percival Leonard Howell, Dunkley Hibbert, I mean, even Charles Edward, and I see Bongo Bonerges, these ones were persecuted, they tried to exterminate I. Many did lose their lives for the good word and the name of the King of Kings. And this is in this time. Even just the other day, and I see in Jamaica, where I was still being denied basic rights for a free public education, where the youths them were agitating and fighting to be able to attend school with their covenant on their head. Not just in Jamaica, in South Africa, in Malawi, in different parts of the earth, Rastafari children are still being denied of their basic human rights. In the case of ancient patriarch Bongo Irie Lion, that went into his case in the emergency room to the hospital, look how they raise off his precepts without no regards to his ancient liberty. And to I Princess in Jamaica just the other day, when she went to the police station The officer, the woman officer, held her down in the restroom and cut off her locks. Jamaica of all places. Where is the birth of Rastafari in this dispensation? Where Rastafari has not only lifted up Jamaica and put Jamaica on the map globally. Yes, Rastafari has not only raised up the economy of Jamaica to a high level of standard, that Jamaica is looked at as a one to be recognized with in the world. Yet still, the government have no respect unto Rastafari. And in every household in Jamaica, I'm pretty sure, like in the Caribbean, you're going to find a Rastafari son or a Rastafari daughter. So I say now, collective security amongst Rastafari, it must be of a high imperative stance at this time, crucial stance at this time, because we're looking at wherever we are in the world. Here I am in St. Croix. I see my shelves in the stores, in the grocery stores, in the Kmarts, they're getting empty and barren day by day as they go past. So my word song to my family here is, let us work our land and produce food that we can feed ourselves, because we won't be able to go and keep buying from the supermarket. So let I feed self first. Let I learn how to preserve food like the days of Joseph in ancient Egypt, where seeds and dry nuts, dry fruits, grains, honey. Let I start to develop a storehouse for food, not just here in St. Croix, wherever I are, starting in your own home first. In the Caribbean, we have a little greater chance to deal with the earth and produce food. Those in New York City, Washington, D.C., Chicago, some of these cities that is concrete jungle, where you don't offer you acres to put your hand in the soil, it's a little difficult. But nevertheless, if you're in Chicago, in Washington, D.C., in New York, you too should be prepared. Like they teach us in the islands, it's hurricane time. Start preparing for hurricane preparedness. Your water, 5-gallon jugs, them, you put them aside, even if it's 10, 15 gallons, and don't touch them. Your seeds, your grains, all this you can do in the States, in the concrete jungle, and put them away. We're living in a world today that you don't know what tomorrow brings. You turn on the TV and it's a whole new different ball game. I have seen that happen. Where I wake up one morning and you can't go to the gas station without putting it on your face. Don't come in my shop without you do this here. Right now in the Bingy house, I have fellow brethren that were terminated from their job in the hospital because they take a stance and say, well, we don't take them vaccine shots, and we hold a spiritual order where we have a letter that says we're exempted. Well, the federal department, the federal agency to fund the clinic here in the islands, fund them the money. A private, well, the federal department say, well, right now, we don't have no respect for them. Your immunization letter waiver. No, man. We now respect that right now. So the brethren, holy stands, he, his queen, and several other Rastafari brethren and sisters, and they were terminated. So I see, it is real. It is not a make-believe. It is very, very real. And this is happening all over the globe, not just in St. Croix. Some states now, teachers, medical workers, firefighters, they're all being terminated because of this vaccine. So I see, in a collective security, first I look at where I am at in St. Croix. You look at the space where you're at. I hear a powerful song from ancient brethren, Ras Wayne Rose. Give thanks, my brother. A month or 2 months ago, he uttered a song. He said, Rastafari will not be able to help even I community if I wanted to, if I can't even help self. If I can't even have a cup of water to drink, how could I offer my neighbor a cup of water in a dread time that is at hand? And wherever I are at, we must go through that preparedness stage where we start secure food, transportation. Right now in the Caribbean, I looking to see amongst I in the Virgin Islands who have boat run-ins, because I see it's important to keep a network in between the Caribbean islands, the Dominica, the St. Lucia, the Jamrock, the St. Martin, that I can have boat run-ins amongst I here in these Caribbean waters, that I can send my food over to Tortola and do a networking like that, because this movement here of underground market has always been running. If they could be trafficking, Epstein them could be trafficking their pedophile and their warmongers to the Virgin Islands and bringing the Prince of Elizabeth son them to the James Island in the Virgin Islands to mash up these little girls here and pimp them out and human trafficking in this time. Then I know say where there's a will, there's a way and a means. If I utilize our networking, I can move food, deal with transportation amongst shipping these things, especially in close waters. In the Virgin Islands here, I was reasoning in the Bingy house and saying, well, we have land amongst I been agitating as collective security, because from the time Rastafari birth, Rastafari chanting John injustices wherever it is found. Wherever injustice is, we've been burning it out. So this is not a time for Rastafari to go quiet when injustice is rampage now. Wickedness is to the heights that it can go. It's judgment time. So I see in the spirit of collective security, we have land here. I open up the arms to my fellow brethren and sisters in places like New York, Chicago, in the States that may need to just get out of that concrete jungle right now. Because what you go through in the city in Chicago, Atlanta, these states, I don't go through so much here in the islands as I got through. We move around easier. It is not infringed upon or so strict like that in I movement. But I'm just saying, because the next move for all of us as Rastafari is repatriation. That's the next move for I. Ain't nothing else to secure I foundation and faith onto the next generation but repatriation. We have a window that is given, a window and a command of collective security, freedom of economics amongst I. If I is in St. Croix, my trumpet song is Rastafari wherever you are. Don't stand alone. If you don't rally with the Nyabingi house, rally with some Rastafari house or mansion, some Pan-African group, but don't stand alone. Because as I see it today, how I work with IDOR, and we're connected globally right now, this is the way of collective security. Not just for education, but for strategical planning of the time we're living in, because Babylon is planning every day of the next move they're going to enforce on the people and mandate. I, in collective security spirit, must be looking at food, not just now to feed our self, but seed bank, because on the news this strong, it was passed through Congress that do not sell any more seeds to the public. Right now, Home Depot, certain stores that deal with plants, they're telling you they ain't got no seed. And they had seed the other day. So I seen, let all of I start collecting seeds amongst I. Let I in this collective security networking, reason of coming with one song to address the governments of the world, like His Majesty did at the United Nations. For Rastafari have a seat at the United Nations, at the AU. We've been addressing our local governments. Jamaica have a petition, the Queen of London. I say in collective security, let Rastafari have one song, one voice, and address all heads of governments with the same song. It is reparation time.
All right.
It's been reparation time from a long time. And show them same way of the pending doom and judgment upon their head for what they have done. Not just to I and I ancestors, to our humanity. Yes, to our humanity, because we are the keepers of our humanity. In the spirit of collective security. You can hear I and I?
Yeah, man, you're still being heard, but as you know, we on a schedule, so I want to give thanks. The eye has given a really detailed and up-to-date account of not just those concerns for the family in St. Croix, but across the world, and not just for Rastafari, for humanity. A range of immoralities that are being presented to us. And you're right, we cannot stand alone at this time. The Pan-African Rastafari spirit has to really cohere and make a difference. Tafari, Tizadi, I'm really appreciative on behalf of the rest of us there for the inputs that have consistently come from the community in St. Croix. We know so the item ready and advance in preparation. And I think your charge today has been well set and well heard. And this conversation is going to continue because there's Q&A, etc., that will follow. Because we've suggested a schedule and there are people who will not remain with us for the entire process. We want to give thanks for that really comprehensive take on what could be interpreted as collective security at a range of levels, imperatives in front of us right now. And I want to ask our technical team to cue the footage of the coronation as our next offering to our platform. Once more, I wasn't sure what to anticipate in the talk we had, but a lot of cards have been put on the table that resonate across our community. So that is fuel for what will take us through as we think about how to draw strength and purpose when we gather on these matters. That's what I hear coming out of the word sounds from St. Croix as well. All right, so at this point, we're going to share with our audiences footage of the coronation as re-edited by an IDOR team. The credits, I think, belong to one of our active members. I'm not sure of the name, but I can state that at the end. But I invite you all to share in and once more give thanks for the full strength out of our Caribbean family who kicked the ball rolling in a nice way, and we will continue as it continues. All right, go ahead, Sister Colleen.
You know, and when I'm not boast of a boasting, but so proud to know that God black. You know, just that, we don't feel brave to know that God black. And you know, and we black people, the suffering people, the first shall be the last and the last first. But I say, though we are the sufferers, today, God black, so we going to become a good people.
On October 21st, 1930, the arrival of the United States delegation, including Herman Murray Jacoby, William Wright Harts, and Charles Lee Cook of the U.S. Department of State, attended by full military honors. Herman Jacoby, special envoy of President Herbert Hoover, addresses Negus Tafari with formal salutations from the U.S. President. Negus Tafari reciprocates in Amharic to the special U.S. envoy. Jacoby introduces William Wright Harts and Charles Cook to Negus Tafari.
Breaking transmission, Sister Colleen. We're not seeing.
You're not seeing the screen? Just a minute.
So for ones who may have just joined us, we have now moved from St. Croix and the contributions from that community to the next item, which is sharing of the coronation footage. It's about 20, 30 minutes, if my memory serves me correctly. I want to welcome and thank those who have joined us since we started. I see Sister Angela, Sister Bonnie, Heron, long time no see, and thanks for joining. We have full spectrum across the community represented here.
Of state, attended by full military honors. Herman Jacoby, Special Envoy of President Herbert Hoover, addresses Negus Tafari with formal salutations from the U.S. President. Negus Tafari reciprocates in Amharic to the Special U.S. Envoy.
We're not seeing the screen, we're seeing
Jacoby introduces William Wright Harts and Charles Cook to Negus Tafari. Rosses and thousands of their supporters continue to march into Addis Ababa from the countryside. Herman Jacoby and General Harts descend the palace staircase to an awaiting automobile. Envoy Jacoby and General Harts enter the automobile with their princely Ethiopian attendants. The Negus attended to the most important foreign delegations with a personal visit prior to the coronation ceremony. Here he arrives in his automobile to visit the American mission and Special Envoy Jacoby. General Harts converses with 14-year-old Crown Prince Asfawosen. Negus Tafari and his retinue part from their visit with the U.S. envoy. Arrival of the British Special Mission. Midday on October 28, 1930, following a 2-day journey from Djibouti, a train carrying the British Special Mission arrives. The Duke of Gloucester, third son of George V, followed by Admiral Fullerton, disembark the train, and they are met personally by Negus Tafari. With all international guests present, Negus Tafari performs a quintessentially African act, that of honoring his ancestor. He unveils the newly erected statue of Emperor Menelik II, his predecessor, his mentor, and a father figure. Negus Tafari is also alerting the world that he intends to stand for the values of national unity and national sovereignty as put forward by Menelik II. After all, his coronation is at the Church of St. George. St. George is the warrior saint, and the church was built to honor the victory at the Battle of Adwa.
We don't want no failure. Tonight still it makes a beer. You must go and get them out with dada. Salam. Keep it now. Tonight still it's a beer. You must go and get them out. It's a beer. You must go. Get them out with them out. Haile Selassie the first lives and rules forever. Haile Selassie the first is the Almighty Father. Haile Selassie the first, conquering Lion of Judah. Haile Selassie the first is earth's rightful ruler. He scattered the clouds, which still there was an upper future. Success must now come, cause we don't want a failure.
Inside St. George's Cathedral, we notice a four-post pavilion encapsulating the thrones of Emperor and Empress. More than 700 international guests and officials are in attendance. Negus Tafari and his queen emerge from the innermost sanctuary of the cathedral after breaking a night-long fasting and prayer vigil. Officiating the ceremony are Archbishop Kyrillos, Abuna Yeshak of northern Ethiopia, Abuna Sawiros of southern Ethiopia, Abuna Mikael of central Ethiopia, Abuna Abraham of western Ethiopia, Abuna Petros of eastern Ethiopia. During the ceremony, Negus Tafari receives the 7 symbols of ancient Cushitic world authority. All symbols have been blessed by the Archbishop Kyrillos. Abuna Yeshak presents Negus Tafari with a scarlet and gold robe. Abuna Sawiros presents a gold and jewel encrusted sword. Abuna Mikael presents the imperial scepter, fulfilling the biblical text Genesis 49:10, which states, "The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the lawgiver from between his feet," literally his loins, until Shiloh comes. "And the obedience of all nations of the world shall be his." Abuna Mikael presents the golden orb with cross. Abuna Abraham and Abuna Petros approach with a diamond-encrusted ring and 2 golden lances. Archbishop Kyrillos approaches with the gold triple crown. He anoints the head, shoulder, and heart of Negus Tafari. While reciting these words, O thou devoted Lord, we beseech you to bless this crown, just as thou crownest thy servant, our Emperor Haile Selassie I, with this crown of pure gold, so crown him also with the quality of mercy.
Haile Selassie the first lives and rules forever. Haile Selassie the first is earth rightful.
Negus Tafari is now the power of the Trinity. His Imperial Majesty, Kidamawe Haile Selassie I, King of Kings, Lords of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah. Itegi Woleti Georgis is now crowned. Abuna Sawiros places a diamond ring on her finger. Two senior priests present her crown to the newly crowned emperor for his blessings. Her crown is then put on her head by Archbishop Kyrillos. This is the newly crowned Empress Menen. The women of Ethiopia rejoiced at her crowning. Ulating, shaking the sistrum, and chanting the words, wearing her crown she walks. Wearing her crown she walks. Her Imperial Majesty, Empress Menen Asfa, enters the carriage. With scepter and crown, Emperor Haile Selassie I enters the carriage to join Empress Menen.
Selassie the first lives and rules forever. Haile Selassie the first is earth's rightful ruler. Haile Selassie the first, the conquering Lion of Judah. Haile Selassie the first is earth's rightful ruler. I am named David, from the line of Solomon. In judgment, God's will fire and burn down Babylon. The mountains quake before him. Jah have his way in the whirlwind. Jah have his way in the storm to keep Babylon calm. Haile Selassie the first lives and rules forever. Haile Selassie the first is the Almighty Father. Haile Selassie the first, the conquering Lion of Judah. Haile Selassie the first is the Almighty.
Perhaps the splendor of 1930 can only really be artistically appreciated by viewing footage shot 25 years later at the 25th anniversary of the royal couple on the throne. Now, colored footage is available, and the camera resolution is clearer. The red, gold, and green delights the eye.
Sing it. Alay, 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 tsari kacho nur papa. Kona Africa we sing it. Kona Africa we. Chutam pasan arat kilo. Bikatum sitis kilo. Chutam pasan arat kilo. Bikatum sitis kilo. Talakona silwarka. Landingatwa la Africa.
Their Majesties attend a church service for blessings. And then they take a carriage tour of Addis Ababa, where joyful citizens salute them. Here we catch a timeless glimpse of their Majesties' smiling faces.
The emperor's first order of business was to create an educated class of young people who could power his country forward with their intelligence and ability to adapt to new ideas in a rapidly developing world. He started with 2 schools, one for secondary students and one for university pupils.
He made education his priority. As a matter of fact, for many, many years, he could not trust anybody else. He himself was Minister of Education. For many years. He took it in, I tell you, this is why I used to come in every boarding school. He was like our father, bring fruits and so on.
እና በትምህርት በኩል በተለይም ራሳቸው ከ20 ዓመታት በላይ የትምህርት ሚኒስትርነቱን ስልጣን ይዘው አገሩን ይመሩ ስለነበረ ትምህርት ሚኒስቴርን ይመሩ ስለነበረ ብዙ የትምህርት ወጣቶች አፍርተዋል።
Today, there are hundreds of secondary schools throughout the nation and over 150 colleges or universities.
So this was really something that in different subjects he was always interested in seeing and helping people and education and so on. He was the Minister of Education himself to educate all of us actually to bring us to this level, unless we forget whatever he has done. So they are his products, I would say.
From 1855 up to 1974, yes, this is the modern history of Ethiopia. Is that clear?
Haile Selassie's crusade to create a brilliant team of young achievers helped steer his nation to where it is now.
Modern education is his legacy. The other thing is that not just education, but excellence in education.
He quickly grew local educators to replace foreigners. And here was a place to start his Pan-African leadership. In 1958, he invited 200 African students to Ethiopia to study at Haile Selassie University, now called Addis Ababa University. He wished to transfer his dream of modern education to the rest of Africa, but he also saw the need to engage others to promote Ethiopia's role on the continent. By bringing European diplomats, scholars, and tourists to Ethiopia, he also saw a way to increase his countrymen's exposure to new ideas and develop international trade partners. But he needed to make sure they appreciated his nation.
This is your first ambassador in Ethiopia.
So he turned to some of the young Ethiopians he was building his contemporary society on, including Habte Selassie Tafese.
Oh, I could see him any day. He was very kind with me.
The emperor sent him off to Germany on Ethiopian Airlines' first flight there. He came back with some ideas on tourism.
That was the first inaugural flight, Ethiopian Airlines to Frankfurt. Big deal. And in the process, the Germans were talking about tourism.
The emperor instructed him to get a tourism operation going.
The emperor called me. He said, you have to do this job. I said, Your Majesty, I know nothing about this job. He told me, try. That reward I remember. Try. It's like an order. Camouflage order. So I said, okay.
Haile Selassie was always helpful in the efforts to impress foreigners, dignitaries, or ordinary tourists.
If I go there, I tell him I have tourists. He said, bring them. I bring 10, 50, 30 tourists to him. He orders champagne. He orders tej. He gives them to drink. They take a picture together, take a picture with the same lion, and visit. He allowed us to visit the palace here in front. Tourists went, took pictures, went around, look around, even his bedroom.
ተውሳለሁ ይሄ ፍንጫ ወለጋ ያለው እሱ በሚሰራበት ጊዜ ከዓለም ባንክ 60 ሚሊዮን ብር ተፈቀደ። 60 ሚሊዮን ብር ተፈቅዶ ይሄን እንድናሳልፍ መጀመሪያ ብድር ሲመጣ መመሪያ ነው የሚቀርበው። የህዝብ እንደራሴዎች ነው የምንቀርበው። መወሰኛም አይቀርብም። ቀረበልን። ሲቀርብ ምን የሚሉ የጃንሆይ ጠላቶች እኮ የዛን ጊዜ እኮ አሉ። በእሳቸው በዘመን የእሳቸው ሽማምንቶች እሳቸው የሾሟቸው። እኔ አሁን አንዱ ባለስልጣን መጥቶ አነጋግሮኛል። ይሄ ገንዘብ ተግባር ላይ አይውልም። ጃንሆይ ከሚኒስትሮቻቸው ጋር ተካፍለው ነው የሚበሉት። አትቀበሉት ብሎ መጥተው ለሊት እየመጡ ነገሩን። እኛ ገና ህባል ሀገር ተመርጠን የመጣንን ሁሉ ነገር ያበረግገናል። ጠለቅ ብለን አላወቅንም። እውነት መስሎን አንቀበለውም አለ። አንቀበለው ሲል ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትሩን ወክሎ አስረጅ ሆኖ የመጣው ታደሰ ያይቆ ይባላል። ኧረ ጌቶቼ እንደዚህ አይደለም። ይሄ እኮ ለሀገር የሚጠቅም ነገር ነው። ይሄ እኮ ለህዝብ የሚጠቅም ነገር ነው። ይሄ እኮ ለኢትዮጵያ የሚጠቅም ነገር ነው። እንዴት እንዲያው ዝም ብላችሁ እንዲያው በአንድ ጊዜ ጠለቅ ብላችሁ ነገሩን ሳትመረምሩ ይሄንን ብድር ለማግኘት እኮ ኢትዮጵያ ስንት ድካም አድርጋለች፣ ስንት ለፍታበታለች፣ ስንት ጊዜ ተነጋግራበታለች። ይሄን ለማስፈቀድ ኢትዮጵያ ስንት ገንዘብ ወጪ አድርጋ ሰራተኞቿን እየላከች ሚኒስትሮቹን እየላከች በብዙ ድካም የተገኘ ነው። ባካችሁ በጥንቃቄ ተመልከቱ ትሎ ለመኑን። አይደረግም አለ። ማንም መለስ መሆናቸውን ካወቁ በኋላ ለጃንሆይ ነግረው ደብዳቤ ተጽፎ መጣለን። ደብዳቤው ምንድን ነው የሚለው? ይሄን ነገር ለማግኘት በብዙ ድካም የተገኘ ነው፣ በብዙ ልፋት የተገኘ ነው፣ ለሀገር ጠቃሚ ነውና አስቡበት፣ እንደገና እስቲ እዩት ብቻ ናት የምትለው። እኔ ተናግሬያለሁ ዛን ቀን በፓርላማው ቆሜ 250 ነን ፓርላማው ከኢትዮጵያ የተመረጥ ነው። እስቲ ይህንን ምክንያት አድርገን ወሬ ሰምተን አንቀበልም ከምንል ጃንሆይ በድል አድራጊነት ከመጡ ጀምሮ እስካሁን ድረስ ኢትዮጵያ ስንት ገንዘብ ተበድራለች? የተበደረቱን ገንዘብ ያምጡልን። ያ ገንዘብ ደግሞ ከምን ተግባር እንደዋለ ደግሞ እንጠይቃለን። መጀመሪያ ብድር ውስጥ ይምጣልን ብለን አቀረቡ። ብዙዎቹም ደጋፊ አገኘሁ። በድምፅ ብልጫ አለፈ። በ7 ቀን ሰርተው አመጡ። የኢትዮጵያ በጀት ታውቃለህ? የዛን ጊዜ 300 ሚሊዮን የነበረ ባለሳሳት ወደ 750 ሚሊዮን እንደዚህ ብድር የተበደረው። ያንን ስናይ ደግሞ አሁን ህዝቡ ደግሞ እሪ ያለ ይህ ገንዘብ ምን ገባ? ጃንሆይ ጠሩን። ሄድን በሙሉ የእናንተ ጥያቄ ትክክል ነው በሉ። አሁን በመንግስት ኪሳራ በአይሮፕላን የሚከበት በአይሮፕላን፣ በመርከብ የሚበት በመርከብ፣ በመኪና በመኪና እናንተ ተከፋፈሉና ይህን ብድር በተመለከተ ትምህርት ቤት የተሰራበትን ሆስፒታል የተሰራበትን ተዘርዝሮ ይሰጣችሁና ሄዳችሁ እዩ፣ ሄዳችሁ ተመልከቱ፣ የተሰራውን ሁሉ ሄዳችሁ እዩ አሉና አዘዙ። ስንለያይ እዚህ ስንሄድ በሐኪም ቤቱ ስንት ክፍል እንደተሰራ፣ ስንት ሰራተኛ እንደተቀጠረ፣ በትምህርት ቤቱ ስንት ተማሪ እንደያዘ፣ ስንት ክፍል እንዳያለ፣ በፋብሪካ ቤቱ ስንት ሰራተኛ እንደያዘ፣ ስንት ገንዘብ እንደወጣበት ይህን ሁሉን ለቅመን አምጥተናል። ለቅመን አምጥተን ገንዘቡ የወጣውንም ያለውንም የሰራተኛ የተቀጠረውን ስናይ እንዲያውም ያን ገንዘብ አልበቃ ብሎ ከኢትዮጵያ መንግስት የተሟላ እንኳን ሊበላ እንኳን ያን ብድር የመጣውን ሊበላ የኢትዮጵያ መንግስት እየደጎመ ያሰራውን ሁሉ በሂሳብ አመጣ ነው። ሂደን ከይቅርታ ጋር ተቀበለናል አልናቸው።
After Ethiopia suffered at the hands of the Italian Air Force during the 1930s occupation, one might guess that the emperor might have wanted one of his own for defensive purposes. But he started Ethiopian Airlines for different reasons. Number one was to connect his own country, which has very difficult terrain to cross.
See, this is where I really quote the emperor's wisdom. After independence, he really wanted to modernize this country, this nation. And all the provinces were far apart. And he knew the only way to connect these provinces will not be possible by road because of the mountains and the terrain, it will be damn expensive. So he chose airplanes, and that succeeded.
He also saw the airline as a way to link Africa with Ethiopia as its center.
ጃንሆይም በስልጣን በነበሩበት ዘመን ለዚህ ለኢትዮጵያ አየር መንገድ ልዩ ትኩረት ሰጥተው ልዩ ክትትል እያደረጉ በየጊዜው የሚለማበትን እና የሚሻሻልበትን መንገድ ከፍተውለታል።
And that really put the nation together. You know? And gradually, we wanted to extend this to the rest of Africa. And also, we were very, very sure in the planning that since we are far apart from the rest of the world, we have to be independent. So we started our maintenance right away.
While the early days at Ethiopian Airlines were tough financially, the effort paid off in more ways than one.
The OA was started. There was no other flight than us connecting the nation. And I remember, I forgot the date now, IATA came up, but before IATA, every airline used to pay the tickets he wants to sell, for whatever price he wants to quote. Then IATA came, prices were regulated. All major airlines of the world were broke. Ethiopian Airlines made money.
In 2012, the company made a profit of $42 million US. Connected to the rest of the world and Africa by air, Haile Selassie now became Africa's biggest champion, uniting the continent through the Organization of African Unity, or OAU. He wanted to move the continent forward in terms of trade and security to help everyone progress. He saw an opportunity to lead a post-colonial Africa from Addis Ababa, to show them how a modern, independent African nation could achieve great things.
Ethiopia has never been occupied, by the way. For 5 years.
Okay, brothers and sisters, that was much of what we had planned to share with you as it concerned a view of the coronation and surrounding events. We got a little extra treat, but we can't continue with that video given our schedule that is running a little behind at this time. We just thank you for your patience. We figured that there was a reasonable, interesting content that many people might have full joyed. We can share the video in total subsequently. I would now like for us to move forward with the agenda, to move to our St. Lucia family, who will provide us with their inputs. This is framed as the Ubuntu movement, linking the coronation and the children of Ethiopia. And this discussion is led by Empress Rhonda Ethiopia, and will include Bobo Shanti, youth chanting. Is Empress Rhonda here with us at this point?
Yes, she is. She is. She is queued up and ready to go.
All right, wonderful. So we're going to move forward. We're running a little behind, and I don't want to inconvenience the family anywhere, especially ones gathered at Pit 4. So our interest is to thank you, Empress Rhonda, for your patience, and please go ahead.
Empress, you have to turn your camera on for me to find you, please.
Okay. Can you see me now?
I will in a minute.
We just saw you. Give thanks.
Blessed love, Honorable. So I can start now?
Yes.
All right, give thanks. Blessed love. All right, as Honorable Bongania just said, I am Right Honorable Empress Ethiopia, currently residing on the Caribbean island of St. Lucia. And, you know, it's an honor and privilege to be a part of this celebration that, you know, we're really making use of the privileges, or the, how should I say, the advantages of living in a global world where we can, you know, just be able to communicate as if we're right in each other's presence. So without going further, I'll get started. After I'm done, my children, they will be blessing everyone with some Bobo Shanti, 1-2 Nyabingi music. All right. Sister Colleen, do I have? Oh yes, I do. So my presentation to you will be in the format of a PowerPoint presentation. All right, so I'll be sharing my screen. Just a moment. Oh.
Sis, if it helps at all, you can also just send me an email and I'll share for you.
Sorry, say that again.
I'm saying if it helps you, you can send me an email quickly and I'll share the screen for you if you're not. You should be able to though.
Yes, I think. How's it going now? You can see the screen?
Yes, I.
All right. Yes. So, all right. So my presentation is actually entitled "The Kings and Queens of Ethiopia," because as we're celebrating this coronation, the 91st coronation of His and Her Imperial Majesty, we are reminded of the lineage that we come from. All right. According to Ogdod mythology, the 8 elements consisting of the male and female manifestation of water, eternity, darkness, and air interacted, and there was an explosion, and the burst of energy that came out of that explosion caused the primordial mound to rise up from the primordial waters. And this mound, these 8 elements of powers, are what really caused the inundation of the Nile Valley every year as the sun set, and it also results in the rising and the setting of the sun. Now, contemporary education teaches that the sun really provides the energy to be able to fuel life. All right, they say that if the sun dies, then basically, creation dies along with it. So we know that in the year 1930, or around that time, in America and throughout the world, our people were just coming out of the bondage, the physical bondage that slavery had us in. So yes, our people were trying to get jobs and all these things, and unfortunately, our people during that time too in America, there was the Great Depression, and even though things were hard for everyone, definitely it was really harder for us, because as people of African heritage, we were always like considered to be or treated as the worst of worst. So we were like the last hired and the first fired. The living conditions were the worst of when we're to consider all peoples. Now, with during that time, as many of you know that you've heard of the Honorable the Mighty Prophet Marcus Messiah Garvey, and being the beacon, the light that he's always been, in terms of what he's always urged our people to just remember, that anything that any man can do, we can do as well. And one of his sayings that really has spoken to me, and it helps to motivate me in any task that I have to undertake, is that when he says, chance has never yet satisfied the hope of a suffering people, which is basically saying we cannot just, as a people, we cannot just expect to be able to, that people will just give us whatever we want. If we see something, we see there's a problem and it needs to be fixed, especially if we are disadvantaged, then, you know, we have to be aware that it's us that have to change that. So we must do what we see necessary to be done to create the kind of life that we really want as a people. And given the state of Black people at that time, that was really the right message that we needed to be able to see that, okay, you know, we have to do something for ourselves. Amongst the many things that the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey taught, he said that we must look to Africa when a Black king shall be crowned, for the day of deliverance is near. So for our people, you know, living in that state, being considered the worst of the worst, all right, when we hear of a Black king being crowned, and it's like, for many people, it was something that they never really heard of, just given the state that we were living in. Like, what would a Black king be like? You know, what would his empire be like? What would his like, what would his kingdom be like? What would it mean to be a Black king, given the state that they were in, you know, as a people? So now on November 2nd, 1930, we had the crowning of Emperor Haile Selassie along with Empress Menen. And you know, this crowning, many people might see it like maybe it's something simple, it's just a man and his wife. But it's significant in that both the man and the wife, they were crowned at the same time, and therefore they occupied that seat of power, of sovereignty, of royalty, you know. And it's for Black people who were just there in the Great Depression and in other parts of the world, you know, really trying to find the next meal. Then it was like a magnificent sight, something that they looked at in awe. But then even more so to see that it's people that look like ourselves, you know, that were on the continent of Africa, the same continent that, you know, we're told so many dreadful things about, you know, to see that there's this king being crowned in such splendor and glory, as some of the media houses described it at that time, you know, saying that it was a splendid affair, and then there were dignitaries from all around the world coming to honor and just to recognize that crowning of the Black man and his wife. So here in this, for me, all right, and the message that I would want for us as Rastafari people to realize or to remember, that throughout this path, even from that crowning, we have a man and his wife, that they are going through every obstacle, every path in life together, whether it is a victorious occasion, whether it's an occasion of struggles, you know, they keep walking that path together. And even if, you know, sometimes we might not have the opportunity to experience that on an intimate level, His Imperial Majesty and Empress Menen have exemplified that for us. And out of that union, then there is the bringing forward of the children, the manifestation of what it really means to have eternal life. And this is what the reality of our children really means. That's our opportunity to be able to create our eternal life, to secure our eternal life through bringing forward children and instilling them with certain principles, teaching them, giving them the best of what we have to offer through our own experience of growing up. So we have Empress Menen, who throughout her life, she has always been focused on building up the state of woman through the different schools that she founded, and she ensured that they were provided with the kind of information that was necessary to be able to educate the daughters, the Ethiopian daughters, in the manner that they were to be educated. His Majesty himself, just like the video we were looking at a while ago, you know, he did so much in terms of bringing Ethiopia, enlightening the people of Ethiopia, providing them with the type of resources that other countries and other peoples had at that time. And out of that, just looking at the children of His Imperial Majesty, His and Her Imperial Majesty, then we can see that we have as a people that light that's shining forward, setting an example that we can follow. At least there are certain fundamental principles when it comes to living on a daily basis that we can look at His Majesty and just mimic that, because He's shown us, He's been that living manifestation, even the commitment to one another. And one of the things that have stood out to me when I considered when his son was a part of a coup d'etat, look at His Majesty's response. He decided to keep his son close to him. He was like everywhere His Majesty was, there was that same son. And what it really says is that, you know, sometimes for whatever reasons, because we're human beings, we might neglect someone within our family for whatever reasons, and then they'd have their own feelings. And even if that is the situation, then we have to look for the response. That's a response of love, of acknowledgement. And of course, it's a wise move. You have to keep somebody, especially somebody in your family, your son or your daughter, they're close to you, if it is that there is that threat, that sort of threat. So it teaches us that within the family structure, we need to be a unified force. We need to really be able to see and identify that good within each other. We need to, in every struggle that we have as a people, we need to learn that it's holding on to each other. We have to hold on to each other. And yes, it starts in the family unit, whereby there is the father, there's the mother, or the husband and the wife, and then there's the children after that. And then our family unit goes beyond that, whereby we have our spiritual family, even as a nation, a Rastafari nation of people. You know, that as we go through these struggles, we need to be able to identify our common ground. We need to be able to identify what we all agree with, and we have to hold on to each other because of that. We're not all the same. We're not replicas of each other, you know, so there will be differences. But sorry, I'll proceed. As a family, you know, we just have to hold on to each other through thick and thin, and that's the power of the unity. Now, this brings us to the Ubuntu movement. It's a non-profit organization that we have established here in St. Lucia, and it comes from the Ubuntu. It's a Swahili word, which really means I am, because we are, again, pushing that same spirit of unity. When you interfere with one, you interfere with all. So the main goal or purpose of the Ubuntu movement is to ensure that the humble be fed, the sick nourished, the aged protected, and the infants cared for, without really looking at blood or water. Just the fact that we are a people that share a common heritage. All right. And as such, you know, we have to go beyond Emperor Haile Selassie, say that, you know, this life, in order for us to really be able to live or even to succeed in this life, we have to be able to do something that our upbringing, it's never really prepared us for. So that means we must always challenge ourselves as a people, challenge ourselves to do that thing that we know is right, to be able to see through all the differences and just embrace the reflection of ourselves that we see in each other. All right. And this is what the coronation of Emperor Haile Selassie and Empress Menen means for us, the Ethiopian children, whether we're there on the soil or were separated by seas. We have to really recognize the power that is within the union of the man and the woman, and them just walking that path together throughout, holding on to each other. and letting that same kind of love energy be passed on to our children and yes, to our nation as Rastafari people. So I will just seal up by reading the 72nd Psalm of the mighty King David, which, you know, within our culture, it's a psalm that speaks of the coronation of His Majesties. Continuing reading the 72nd Psalm of the mighty King David, a psalm for Solomon. Give the king thy judgments, O God, and thy righteousness unto the king's son. He shall judge thy people with righteousness, and thy poor with judgment. The mountains shall bring peace to the people, and the little hills by righteousness. He shall judge the poor of the people. He shall save the children of the needy, and shall break in pieces the oppressor. They shall fear thee as long as the sun and moon endure, throughout all generations. He shall come down like rain upon the mown grass, as showers that water the earth. In this day shall the righteous flourish, an abundance of peace, so long as the moon endureth. He shall have dominion also from sea to sea, and from the river unto the ends of the earth. They that dwell in the wilderness shall bow before him, and his enemies shall lick the dust. The kings of Tarshish and of the isles shall bring presents. The kings of Sheba and Seba shall offer gifts. Yea, all kings shall fall down before him. All nations shall serve him. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. For he shall deliver the needy when he crieth, the poor also and him that hath no helper. He shall spare the poor and needy, and shall save the souls of the needy. He shall redeem their soul from deceit and violence, and precious shall their blood be in his sight. And he shall live, and to him shall be given of the gold of Sheba. Prayer also shall be made for him continually, and daily shall he be praised. Holy King Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Therefore shall be an handful of corn in the earth upon the top of the mountains. The fruit thereof shall shake like Lebanon, and they of the city shall flourish like grass of the earth. His name shall endure forever. His name shall be continued as long as the sun, and men shall be blessed in him. All nations shall call him blessed. Blessed be the Lord God, the God of Israel, who only doeth wondrous things. And blessed be his glorious name forever. And let the whole earth be filled with his glory. Amen and amen. The prayers of David, the son of Jesse, are ended. Holy King Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Repeating the 20th and ending verse of the 72nd Psalm of King David, a psalm for Solomon. The prayers of David, the son of Jesse, are ended. Give thanks. So, the coronation is a call for us as people who are made in the image and likeness of God to remember our godly nature. Give thanks.
Give thanks, Giovanni.
We're moving into the children's contribution now, Honorable Empress.
Yes, we are. Just a moment.
While we await Honorable Empress, we want to recognize our family across the globe, those in time zones that the hour is late. We appreciate the efforts you've made to be with us. I know Africa, South America, Europe are here. I'm much appreciative. Yes, the royal family is gathered. Highly.
Blessed love, give thanks. So we have Honorable Princess Shekinah, and these are some of the children. And they, please go ahead, Princess. So blessed Lord, give thanks. Um, and that's it. The Honorable the Youths, the Boba Shanti Order, that's their gift to all our people as we celebrate the coronation of His Imperial Majesty. Our Redeemer is strong, Lord of hosts is His name. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Happy Heart Celebration.
Give thanks, Honorable Empress Ethiopia. Beautiful tribute to not just the royal family that we're celebrating through the coronation, but the royal family present in St. Lucia. Wonderful example to share with us all on this Isle of Full occasion. You know, I'm seeing a family that can hold its own Nyabingi, which is a full joy to observe with such competence and authority. Beautiful contribution from our family in St. Lucia. I want to thank those at the Mount Kailash Rejuvenation Center and the family enterprise that is for giving us that gift this evening. And we're looking forward to more participation from that family, our family, as we go forward. I want to, at this point in time, continue to move our agenda forward. Our next contribution comes from Europe. I hope our brother Dominic is still with us. I know they're 6 hours ahead of Jamaica, which puts them early into the morning of the 2nd. I know him to be a soldier on the battlefield, so I hope Dominic is still with us. I think I see. Is Dominic still with us, Sister Colleen? Or do we move on to the next contribution? I'm not seeing him in the chat, in the participants.
He's not in the group, but I have the recording from him.
Okay. Okay.
So are you seeing my screen? Is
we are
everyone
seeing your screen.
Okay.
So the next contribution is a brief input from Europe as to impact and significance of the coronation itself by brethren Dominic, young Rastafari scholar and student.
Yes, greetings and welcome everyone to this brief talk on the global context and implications of the coronation of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I and Empress Menen Asfa of Ethiopia on the 2nd of November.
My apologies. Can anyone say what they're seeing now?
As a graduate assistant at Sosakro, I was honored that
Can anyone say what are you seeing the screen?
We were really just seeing the screen of all of the different files and hearing Dominic's voice.
Oh, I see. 1 second. I'm sorry about that. Are you seeing it now? You're seeing something that says 13 nations?
Yes, I.
All right. Give thanks. Something.
I was asked to briefly talk on, as I said, the context, the global context and implications of the coronation. And to go into this topic and to share some overview on the context of the coronation. As His Majesty, the Emperor Haile Selassie I, in his autobiography wrote and explained, 13 nations were invited to attend the coronation of His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I and Empress Menen Asfa on 2nd of November in 1930. And these 13 nations included some of the biggest colonial powers at the time, especially England and France, but also uprising colonial powers like Italy, and then also, of course, Belgium, Germany, USA, some of the biggest colonial powers in the world. And His Majesty explained that all those powers were invited to the coronation that had legations or consulates in Addis Ababa at the time. And these were those 13 nations. Empress Sauditu's coronation in 1917, before His Majesty, was the first Ethiopian coronation where international representatives took part. And these were the representatives back then of the different European colonies that were bordering Ethiopia. And so now in 1930, His Majesty postponed the coronation from April 7 months to November in order to be able to invite all those representatives and all those governments that had legations and consulates in Ethiopia at the time of the coronation, these 13 nations. Especially interesting, of course, in the context of the time, Italy and Germany, where already fascism was rising, and that would soon put the whole world into the chaos of World War that was, of course, starting in Ethiopia with the League of Nations abandoning Ethiopia as a member state to the fascist powers, which then, of course, resulted in the Second World War that was then engulfing the whole world. So then these 13 nations that were attending the coronation were then witnessing the coronation program, which was called the Order of Coronation. And in the Order of Coronation, the coronation program, the Abuna, the Archbishop of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, was reading Psalm 72, which states, and it was stated in the coronation program, that it was read until verse 11, all the kings of the earth shall prostrate unto him, which of course, the more familiar translation, the King James Version, is all kings shall fall down before him, all nations shall serve him. And this part was even written, as ones can see in the quote, was even written into the coronation program. So even those guests who were not so familiar with it were able to read it for themselves. So the Archbishop was proclaiming that all the kings of the earth shall bow down to him. And this is also what has inspired the chant that we have heard as an introduction, ancient traditional Rastafari chant, all nations have to bow and crown him King of Kings. All nations have to bow and crown him Lord of Lords. And this had immediate implications, not just to the world around where fascism was rising. From 1929 already, Italy made the Pact of Lateran, the Lateran Pact with the Vatican, which basically made fascist Italy a state that was powerful and was making Mussolini rise really in power. But also then 1 year before the coronation, 1929, the so-called Great Depression, the world economic crisis hit, and had then, of course, implications into the 1930s and was what was really pushing fascism into power. So it was in Italy, especially the support of the Vatican that pushed Mussolini really into power. And then it was the world economic crisis that pushed Hitler and the Nazi Party into power in the 1930s. And the coronation of His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I and Empress Mene Nasfa was exactly at that time and putting focus on world events at that time. And it was then already, of course, by Rastafari pioneers interpreted. And those who will rewatch the video afterwards, they can also pause it. I will have to go rather quickly through my slides, but ones can pause it and read the quotes for themselves. But I just want to make a few quick points. Leonard Howell was already aware that Psalm 72 was a coronation psalm, and he was already emphasizing at his trial, for example, in 1934, that all kings of the earth had to bow down to him. And because the same God that all those Christian churches and governments were bowing to, this biblical God, he came back on earth to lead mankind in the path of righteousness. So the idea was already very quickly spreading. Also then in 1940, Leonard Howell telling the Jamaica Daily Gleaner that they would serve Haile Selassie to the end, and all well-thinking men and women, regardless of color and creed, should do likewise. So as Psalm 72 said, that was recited in the coronation program by the Archbishop, the Abuna, in front of all the representatives of the major colonial powers, all nations shall bow to him, but all nations shall also serve him. And that is what then early Rastafari patriarchs like Leonard Howell were emphasizing. And also the idea that when the nations, the kings of the earth, bow to the King of Kings, then all these problems, the colonialism and the injustice and the oppression in the world will also find a righteous judgment by the King of Kings. Then later on, we see, for example, with Ras Bonages, then in the second generation, patriarch of the Nyabinghi house of Rastafari, that already still in 1996, this quote from South Africa, where he was heading a pioneering mission, that the same idea was still very central. He said there will be no enemy upon creation anymore. All the kings of the earth will glorify him. All nations shall call him blessed. And he said he will save you from all the persecution, because all the kindred of the earth shall fear him. Every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess. And that idea goes back to the coronation of His Majesty, that all the kings bowed to him, and therefore there will be global justice where all the kings will bow to the righteousness of the King of Kings, that he's coming to bring a new balance into this world, into this colonial world where there was a global world system of white supremacy and colonialism ruling the world at that time, when the first and only sovereign that was not a European, that was of a sovereign of an African and nation, that other African nations were still under colonialism, other non-European nations were still under colonialism. And it was important that His Majesty was showing a non-white power in that time, a black power in that time, to show colonialism, that there is boundaries and that there is not forever going their world domination going on. And then into our modern, very modern time, into the 21st century, Ras Wayne Rose, the president of the Universal Development of Rastafari, has then explained, for example, in this quote from his blog, Members of a New Race, that the path of Rastafari is righteous altogether, and all nations will eventually accept, meaning bow, to that reality, if only to save themselves from annihilation. That also goes back to the coronation again, where this idea comes from. This all nations, the whole world, had to bow to this new reality that European world domination is at its end. And then after Second World War, which of course started in Ethiopia with the aggression against Ethiopia, where the League of Nations abandoned Ethiopia, was then important to raise that awareness and this new, to break this world, this European world domination, that there is a new reality, as Ras Wayne calls it, for example, and that all nations have to bow to this, even if it's only to avoid their own annihilation. And that brings us, of course, to the words then of the King of Kings, and I already will close with this. As I said, I will keep myself very brief, just briefly talk on this global context and implications of the coronation of His Majesty. Just a few quick points on this. But the King of Kings himself, of course, then said in 1963, addressing the General Assembly of the United Nations, that he told the whole world that if we want to find the solutions to the problems that face us today, we must look first to Almighty God, he told us, the United Nations, the whole world, he told us. But we must, he also told us, we must look into ourselves, into the depths of our souls. We must become something we have never been and for which our education and experience and environment have ill-prepared us. We must become bigger than we have been, more courageous, greater in spirit, larger in outlook. We must become members of a new race, overcoming petty prejudice, owing our ultimate allegiance, not to nations, but to our fellow men within the human community. And this shows again the connection to the coronation in 1930 in the way how Rastafari has interpreted it from Leonard Howell, the first generation, through Ras Bonacis, the second generation, to now modern representatives like Ras Wayne, to show it is still about accepting this reality. And when His Majesty said, we must look, all the different nations at the United Nations, the whole world, we must look first to Almighty God. We must look into ourselves. We must become something we have never been. It is this accepting of this reality. It is the bowing to this. When the King of Kings comes and tells us, not we should or we might, but we must. He tells the world, again, the leaders of the world, the kings of the world, in a sense, the presidents of the world gathered at the United Nations, He told them, he told all of us what we must do. And this goes back to the coronation at a time when fascism was rising, when the world was at the brink of world war that would engulf Europe, the West, that would engulf many parts of the world, and to show that another way is possible. And still in this 21st century, with the guidance of His Majesty that he was teaching, for example, at the League of Nations and at the United Nations, there is still a better way to come and a better way possible. But we must change. We must do things differently. And the coronation of His Majesty in that world of global European world domination, world white supremacy system, colonial system, it was definitely a new beginning where a non-European king and head of state had to be respected on eye level. Even after the coronation, all those representative guests bowed to the king, literally. As it is said in the chant of the ancients, all nations have to bow. And this firmly grounded in the global context and implications of the coronation at that time in the early 1930s, coming from the late 1920s, fascism on the rise, the world economic crisis on the rise, pushing fascism into power in Germany, also in Austria, where we also had our own fascist leader, and also Mussolini. So this fascist world domination and the global colonial world domination that was already in power a long time, there was definitely a new beginning and a new end to this world domination, and a new beginning that would soon after the Second World War then lead into the decolonization of Africa. And it began in the aggression against Ethiopia, which then moved into the Second World War because nobody was willing to help Ethiopia. And that then led into the decolonization and the breakup of the great, big, huge colonial powers. So thank you very much for this attention to this brief talk, to just give a quick overview on the global context and implications of the coronation of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I and Empress Menen Asfa on the 2nd of November 1930. Give thanks.
All right, you've just heard from Ras Dominique out of Austria, putting into perspective some of the connections to Europe through the coronation and the reality of the fact that all must bow in order for our redemption to be certain. This is not just an African thing. This is a judgment of humanity, and all tongues will confess and all knees will be bent in acknowledging this grace. We give thanks for that. And it actually provides us with that point of segue into arriving at the Jamaican inputs. I'm not sure how the brethren at the Nabingi Center at Pit 4 are positioned for that, if they are good with that forwarding. Ras Ayavi, I'm not sure if you're ready for the item to lead that section, but we would now like to move to a reflection on the coronation in total, looking at some of the experiences literally of the day itself, and subsequently as it has led to the celebration through Nyabingi, now 91 years later. Rasayavi and brothers and sisters down at the center. I know Ras Miguel Lorne is also one of the contributors from the Jamaican space. I think I saw Brother Miguel here with us. Ras Ivy, Ras Ivy, Ras Miguel Lorne, Ras Kaima, Brother Jakes. Those are the persons we are hoping to guide this contribution coming from Jamaica. Ivy, you hearing me? I seeing you. Yeah, man. Have we caught you too early? Or
No. Is that hearing I know?
Yeah, man. Loudly, clearly.
All right, I was right here beside her, so when I make I kick off and then Iman can come forward.
All right. Well, we're now at the section which is like a high point in the evening. We are privileged to be able to join the space in Jamaica that we've for years been honoring the significance of today. We've been at other centers, like we've been to Scott's Pass in celebrating this event, but it is a pit for Coronation Bingy, and the ones that have come in from near and far. I see Ras Ivy in the camera. Yeah, man, and I saying this again. This is Ras Ivy's baby. I think by now he knows the text related to the Coronation by heart. I don't even know if he needs to read anything. But Ivy is the man, not just for Coronation, but especially for Coronation. So once you're ready, we're hearing you, Sister Monifa and company, we're hearing you. So once you're ready, it's fine. Yeah, man, no damage done. So I'm saying we are ready when you are.
All right, beloved, give thanks.
Yeah, man, we have Honorable, I'd say Priest Ivy. I know him saying Nabing have some strictures that he might have to explain, but an ancient by now in the order, and one who is more than full joying the opportunity to address students and family on this occasion. Ras Ivy, it's over to you and the ones from Pit 4.
Yes, love, I love it. Give thanks. Getting things ready to go. So we give thanks, beloved. What a glorious moment, the 91st anniversary. Yeah, getting the audio good. Yes, sir. That's the all right. So, beloved sons and daughters, we give thanks. It's a great honor, a great privilege for I and I to be linking up globally. And my beloved brother who spoke earlier, I was just putting some finishing touches on some of the symbols for the event tomorrow while I was hearing the brother. So we give thanks for real nice presentations. And we give thanks to the technology. This is the technology where I Majesty say we have to use in this time, in the best way possible, embracing technology, keeping it within bounds. But this is one great way. Here we are in a global space. I liberated the 91st coronation of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I. Many of our elders who bequeathed this liberty to I and I, this kind of celebration, commemorating 91 years, we have to give thanks. We do have to give thanks. So is either we're going to take a moment of silence in honor of all the elder patriarchs and matriarchs who have suffered, died. Some are still with us today, who has brought to us a celebration like this. Because out of the liberty of Rastafari comes the celebratory days that is important to I and I as a people. So we will take this moment to just hold a moment of silence in honor of these founding fathers and mothers. Here they are. Eli, Eli, Eli. So November 2nd, 1930, all I and I as Rastafari people have to recognize that this is an event that concretizes what is known as the liberty of Rastafari. The prophetic utterances from the scriptures that speak to the ascension upon the throne of David of a black king born in Ethiopia. All those prophecies in Acts, coming on Acts 2 verse 10, when it speaks that men and brethren, let me freely speak to you of the patriarch David, who is dead and buried, and his sepulchre is with us even unto this day. Knowing that God had sworn an oath unto David that of the fruit of his loins, according to the flesh, he would rise Christ to sit on his throne. Jeremiah again said, behold, the days come, and saith the Lord, I will rise unto David a righteous branch, and a king shall reign and prosper, and shall execute judgment and justice in the earth. We can go on and name all the prophecies that our forebears had seen and recognized that one day a king would be crowned nowhere else in the earth but in Ethiopia. Because the psalmist already said, behold, Philistine Tyre with Ethiopia, this man was born there. And of Zion itself said that this and that man was born in her. So we knew then that the God man, the God king would have come through the lineage of David. And our founding fathers, when they saw that nations of the world, as the brother said, those 13 nations were come, they represent the major powers of the globe, you know, and to find representative of white monarchies journeying to a remote corner of Africa to pay homage to a black royal family, not just a black king, but a black king, a black queen, and a prince. So it's a family. So nations of the earth who would not conceive that the day would come when they would have bowed to an African family that had to be done on November 2nd, 1930. So we give thanks for the elders who from that time has continued to celebrate such a wonderful occasion that is so significant to I and I as a people. Yeah, the black man king was crowned, the black man queen was crowned, and a prince was crowned. And not just crowned like the other kings of Ethiopia. This is the first coronation in Ethiopia that brought such a wide array of outside people coming in from great powers of the earth. So we know it was very significant. I Majesty Haile Selassie I recognized how significant his coronation would have been. So from 2nd of April to the 2nd of November, 7 months was preparation time. So he went around as emperor-elect because not until he had that swearing ceremony would he declare himself, our nation would declare him emperor of Ethiopia. So as emperor-elect, the Majesty ensured that 700 royal invitations were sent out. Did not happen in Menelik, did not happen in any of the other predecessors. Yeah. And to have 49 devout priests and monks for 7 years and 7 nights, chanting 9 Psalms of David continuously in turn. That's very phenomenal. When I and I heard and read about these things that took place, 14 days of prayer was being prayed around the 7 symbols, the 7 ornaments of the coronation. That was unprecedented. So today we give thanks for the elders because in Jamrock, that celebration continued from the time of the establishment of the Nyabing order. That celebration continued. I mean, when this was heralded across the globe, then all African-centered minds knew then that something had happened. A black family was crowned and Europeans had to pay homage to him, had to bow on their knees in recognizing the significance of this crowning. So having the celebrations going on within the Nyabingi order, we give thanks to the patriarchs and matriarchs because it has gone on in most parishes or counties of Jamaica. The Nyabingi move from one place to the next, like a nomadic tribe. From this time it might be in Portland, next time it might be in St. Thomas, next time it might be in Anova or St. Anne or Montego Bay or Clarendon. But the celebration of the Grand Coronation continued. And I think until it found a home in Montego Bay, 1983, the Pitford Nyabingi Center became an inaugurated center. And from that time, the celebration of the Grand Coronation began in this space. At times, yes, as we say, the celebration got all around the island, but Pitford became like a home for the Grand Coronation. It happened that celebrating the Grand Coronation was as similar as the other celebrations. Drums and chants and prayers and reasoning and all. And then one would speak of the significance of the coronation. But in 1997, having gone to many coronations, I felt that the coronation need, or the Nyabingi need to take on a more significant role with each celebratory days. So for November 2nd, we want when ones come to a November 2nd gathering, they can leave with a sense of knowledge of the Grand Coronation. So in 1997, I came up with this idea because I had an affection for coronation celebrations. Yeah, I've been written articles for Rastafari International News through my research as a young angel, and I wrote an article titled The Grand Coronation. And every time I got another book, there was something I found that was not written in that article. And each time you find another book, something else pop up, So in 97, we decided from a little community group we had that I wanted to tell the youngsters what coronation was like in a vivid manner, that they can leave feeling as if, yes, I was there. So we started doing symbols, the 7 ornaments, the scepter, the globe, the rings, the lances, the orb, the vestment, the triple crown, the golden globe of the earth. So that physical eyeballing of the 7 symbols, leave that sense of knowledge. You can't forget them when you would come and see them on the altar every November. If you ask him, his memory goes right back to the altar. Oh, I saw the globe. Yes, I did see the sword. Yes, I did see the lances. And I did see the 2 rings. And I did see the vestment. I did see the triple crown. So visual memory. Bringing it to the Nyabingi Center here in Pitford in 97 was a strange happening. We decided that to make that happen, we would have to be here on the eve of the celebration. So hence, outside of a Nyabingi celebration, always start on the day, because all my tradition in the order, we always were on the train coming from Clarendon to Montego Bay on the 2nd of November, or on a bus going elsewhere on the 2nd of November. We did not gather like the day before, we gather on the day of the celebration. So at this time I said, no, we need to make a change. We need to start it on the eve so that I and I would be on the ground in a night vigil, unlike Ethiopia where these priests were chanting 9 Psalms of David 7 days before. We now say, oh, we'll just do one night of celebration, light the fire, and be prepared. Everyone should be prepared to be in the tabernacle by 7 a.m. and preferably adorned in white with the red, gold, and green, because we know that His Imperial Majesty and Her Imperial Majesty, after spending a night in the Holy of Holies, in a night of meditation and prayer on the 1st of November, when they entered in white silk communion robes. So we say, yes, by 7, everyone should be here. And we didn't want to see ones walking around, moving around. We wanted to see everyone in attention, as if you were there in 1930. We said, no, the kitchen should be closed. I mean, the meals, the early morning breakfast should be served before 7 a.m. So when you come to the ceremony, because if you reminisce, that ceremony in St. George's and outside of St. George's in the Great Tents lasted more than 5 hours. So that celebration lasted more than 5 hours. And to find white monarchs sitting beside the Ras of Tigray, the Duke of Gloucester sitting beside the Ras of Gondar, Her Majesty strategically placed the seating to ensure that, oh, you're Duke, well, you have a Rasa sit down beside you. So His Majesty placed them like that. And for them to sit for 5 hours to witness a grand coronation, nobody can call for no Jew, nobody can call for, oh, I need a smoke, and nobody can call for nothing. Not even in blood, I want him to go to the bathroom. Everyone stood in perfect attendance, observing an unique unfolding of a coronation that was phenomenal. So we wanted the same thing to happen in the tabernacle. And in 1997, I can say, well done to that congregation and to our elders, because to find a youth bringing something to the tabernacle that has never been done, I personally have to give thanks to the elders of that time who felt that I was doing the right thing. I remember calling to Bongo Isaac from Clarendon to say, Bongo Isaac, you are going to be the priest who present the golden scepter. And these are the words you're going to utter when you walk up the red carpet. When you walk up, get to the center. Yes, beloved. Yes. All right, we get to there. A little feedback. Yeah. Yes, sir. So, it's a technician. Sometimes we have to put mic aside and up the barrier.
Right. If there is a box, you can't be directly in front of the box because it's going to continue to bring you feedback. So just either they turn the speaker away from you or you shift away from it.
I'm in the same position where I started.
So they've done something.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So, beloved, yeah, Rastafari, Haile Selassie the First. Oh, the ones that are hearing I clearly without the mic, so I go without the mic. So as I was saying, I do give thanks for the elder patriarchs and matriarchs with an overstanding, because this was something new. They have never done this before. But when I said to Bongo Isaac, you're going to be that priest who is going to present the scepter to Haile Selassie the First, and you're going to utter from Psalm 45. And your words, when you go before the emperor, you're going to say, thy throne, O God, is forever and forever. The scepter of thy kingdom is a right scepter. Thou lovest righteousness and hated wickedness. Bongo Isaac knew that on that morning of November 2nd at the tabernacle, these were the utterances he would have given. Yes, I. So that was how this was done. And when we came here the night before, we had the firelight, we had the chanting. The night was spent just telling ones what would happen. Frankincense and myrrh was never burned to the night of the tabernacle. And I had to say to the house, listen, this was done 1930, outside of the fragrant ganja smoke. We will have incense been burned as it was burned before the throne of His Majesty. And our elders did not object. At one time I said, wow, this seemed ordained, because you know, we have some elders when it comes to tradition, just like His Majesty had some traditional elders in Ethiopia, that when he said to them in consultation that my empress will be crowned on the day, they looked at him as if to say, this has never happened in thousands of years. And if we put our thought in that room, that consultation room, we can see the many ancient priests who defied a suggestion like that. Listen, Negus, because he was Negus then, he was then emperor-elect then. And they were saying to him, Your Majesty, this has never happened. And I'm not sure what His Majesty's response was, but whatever it was, he won that consultation decision that they arrived at to say, yes, Your Majesty, we are in agreement. You know, I'm not sure if any writers had ever written what took place in that consultation meeting. His Majesty said nothing more than said, by consultation, they agreed that Her Majesty will be crowned on the same day. So just like His Majesty had that challenge, I too had that challenge, but was gratified that the elders agreed that yes, the frankincense and the myrrh had to be burned. Yes, the coronation reenactment seemed, you know, a nice vibe, and they were ready. They were all prepared. Bongo Rocky, Ras Negos, Mama Baby Eye, Shanti, all with matriarchs and patriarchs, Bongo Isaac from that time, they were all in agreement. So when it happened on November 2nd, it was a Sunday as it was 1930, because I specifically chose that bindi because it tied in to the celebration. We knew November 2nd was a Sunday, it was All Souls Day, and we decided that yes. And just like in Ethiopia, the rainy seasons had ended. Just like in Pit 4, yes, the rainy season had ended. Nature agreed that the celebration should be appropriately fine, and not even the weather would be a deterrent to a glorious morning. So that celebration went on. I remember Bongo Rocky was the abbot of Axum who presented the triple crown to His Majesty as in placing it on the altar of the tabernacle. And I saw Bongo Rocky when he walked up the red carpet with the triple crown in his hand. I saw Bongo Rocky nervous, like a man who had Parkinson's. He was shaking, his hands were shaking. I thought one time the crown might have fallen from his hands. He was shaking. I knew then that a divine presence was with us, because I've never seen an elder, that strong, mighty warrior, Bongo Rocky. He was so nervous. I stood here at the altar and I wondered, what is it, Bongo Rocky? Hold strong. That's all I was saying in my thoughts. And I saw Elder Negos doing the same thing. And I said, wow, this moment was special. I looked around the tabernacle and I saw many elders crying and not wiping the tears. They were transfixed. The moment was bringing ones into St. George's Cathedral. and that created a scene never before seen by the ancients within the order of the Niabin. So we give thanks. That was setting the tone for an annual coronation ceremony, whether it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, whatever day of the week November 2nd fall on, we would always be here the night before. On the 84th anniversary, however, I felt that Pitford, the community of Pitford, the western side of Jamrock, has seen the coronation reenactment. And there are many ones who, for many different reasons, cannot make it to Pitford. I decided in a reasoning in the September bingy of the 84th anniversary in that year, I reasoned with the house and I said, it is fitting that this coronation should not be at Pitford, but it should be at the Scots Pass Nyabingi Center, thus giving ones a chance in that side of the island to see what the reenactment was like. We agreed, our two reps from Mobile Bongo, Isaac Bongo Joe, they were there, and we asked them to convey the message to the Pitford community that the coronation would not take place this year. The 84th coronation would take place at Scots Pass. Did the Pitford community take a liking to it? No. It was like violating a space that they feel as if the coronation belonged to Pitford Nyabingi Center. I was adamant that no, the coronation ceremony need to go island-wide. Yeah, that ones in different regions can also see what the coronation ceremony was all about. And having the agreement of the order, having envoys from Pitford to bring back the tidings to Pitford, we thought we would have had an agreement. Well, someone felt that no, it should not have happened, it's a violation, but we still push ahead because it was a majority decision, and we had that 84th coronation anniversary. It was a Sunday also. So that's why we choose to have it there. I don't know when November 2nd will be a Sunday again, but I still feel the next time it's a Sunday, we should find another parish to bring this coronation reenactment. You know, and I know those are not favorable words I'm saying right here now. At Pitford, I'm sure it's not favorable, you know, but I am of the view that yes, we should share, we should spread the knowledge far and wide, that we can go out there and bring more ones to the order, because this ceremony is so captivating that I'm sure if a Ras has been living Rastafari, when he sees a ceremony like this, he knows why Kadamawi Haile Selassie I is the Almighty, and his presence on earth before men at his ascension to the throne prove who he is. When the 7 ornaments were to be bestowed on him, a passage of the Bible was read. That reveals a lot to I and I. It shows that the ascension to the throne of Emperor Haile Selassie I was truly a prophetic event. Because if the priest approached him with the sword and said, "Gird thy sword upon thy thigh, O thou most mighty," and he read from Psalm 45. Wow, that must be a fulfillment of prophecy. Yeah. And if when he's presented with the golden globe of the earth, a priest say, "Thou shalt have dominion from sea to sea and from the rivers to the ends of the earth." When he's presented with the scepter, and a priest said, "Thy throne, O God, is forever and ever, and the scepter of thy kingdom is a righteous scepter." That's from the prophecy again. When he was anointed by the Abuna Crilius, and the Abuna Crilius, prior to anointing, another priest read Psalm 20 that spoke to the anointing. When the crown was to be placed on his head, and Psalm 21 was read, and a verse in the Psalm said, "Thou settest a crown of pure gold upon his head." All these are very symbolic and prophetic and meaningful to that grand coronation. So we want to share these things globally. Yeah, and we want to share these things island-wide, from parish to parish, county to county. Yeah. So that morning you know, that morning we invited Television of Jamaica inside the tabernacle for the elders to agree that a TV station will come inside the tabernacle. I know all this was ordered by Kadamawi Haile Selassie I, because there was no objection. In a space where we are, where we have so much traditional thinkers, everyone consent for that to happen. And the cameraman was not an imposition. Muta Baruka. When I said to Muta, you know, we need a sensor. I know you've been to Ethiopia. I know you've been to Africa. I know you have one of those sensors in your collection. I would want you to come and bring that sensor with you, and also bring some frankincense and myrrh. And Muta said, yeah. I said, Muta, you can drop it off to a sister and they will get it to me. Muta said, nah, man, I have bring it myself. So when Muta came, I said, all right, Muta, you're coming to the event. We will wear all white at that ceremony. And you know Muta Baruka. You know what color Muta came in? He came in full jet black. And Muta came with the censer. And Muta would not give the censer to no one. He was that priest who swung the censer from all sides of the red carpet and then around the tabernacle of His Majesty. So we know how well ordered this ceremony was, and we're gratified that it has reached this stage. You know, just recently I was looking at Tron Global family page, which Tron Global, as who don't know about Tron Global, is a coming together of all the Nyabingi priests from all over where there is a Nyabingi tabernacle. Yeah. And I saw the brethren from Chile post a picture of their tabernacle. When I looked at the altar, I saw the golden globe of the earth, I saw the triple crown, and I saw the crown of Her Imperial Majesty, and they were beautiful. Their beauty even surpassed the beauty of what we have here in Jamrock. So I linked the brethren and said, wow, this is beautiful, beloved. And he said, Ras Ivi, we came to Jamaica 3 years ago and we saw the symbols on the altar. And from then we came back to Chile and we found one of our brethren, an artisan, and he's the one who put them together. I said, well, tell that brethren, whatever it costs, next year, I will replace anywhere the Grand Coronation will be, the symbols that is done in Chile will be the symbols we will use. And the symbols we have here can go to another tabernacle that probably don't host the coronation, but they can be there as a representation of the 7 ornaments of the coronation. Because it was the one in Chile, extremely approximate a nice image of the real thing, so to speak. So that goes to show that, yes, this is going to spread like wildfire. And I'm sure globally, all the tabernacles celebrating coronation will one day have the 7 ornaments of the coronation on display, that the children, the youngsters coming in, and even I and I ourselves. Because in '97, I gave a questionnaire, and the questionnaire was asking questions on the Grand Coronation. And my beloved Elder Bongo Ayman walked up to me and said, Ras Ivi, you can't just give a question someone and never alert we. No, man, this too sudden, man. So I said, Bongo Ayman, at 67 years we've been celebrating the coronation. It cannot be sudden. So if I'm asking question in the 6th to 7th year, one should be prepared. You know, and the question run, name the 7 ornaments of the coronation. And trust me, it was, ones have to be running up to the tabernacle. And I said, listen, no. I don't want nobody to go look up there again. I want from memory. I want everyone come out of their thoughts. I don't want you, this is a classroom. I don't want you asking the rest beside you. Everyone, do it honestly. I need to know how much we are retaining on the Grand Coronation. This year again, we did one questionnaire last year. We'll be having the same questionnaire this year. So we are saying to everyone here and there and everywhere, wherever the coronation will be, listen to when the history will unfold. Like this evening, listening to all the presenters, there's so many information that were disseminated. You know, so if we put a questionnaire out there, we should be able to answer these questions. We take it for granted sometimes and we don't store in the memory what the 7 ornaments of the coronation were. You know, we ask, name 4 psalms that was read at the coronation. And you hear some psalm that was never read, yeah, because one not following up and thinking. So we'd like coronation to be at a level where I heard the children chanting earlier. We can minimize the question here that it can be for the youngsters and then for the general congregation. So that year, I felt as if I was disappointed because I felt that more brethren would have known, more sisters would have known more of the coronation. But even at a time like this, when we have been having this kind of ceremony from 97 up till now, I think I should be seeing at the end of this gathering some 90s and 80s. I don't want to score in the 30s and 20s from a coronation reenactment. So we do give thanks. We give thanks that globally today we are seeing the Nyabingi tabernacles all over. When we are on Tron Global platform and we're getting link from Mexico, and we're getting link from Chile, and we're getting link from Portugal and Uruguay, and we're getting link from South Africa and all the islands of the Caribbean and the UK, and we're getting links from Europe. I mean, we have to give thanks to the elders because, you know, the movement has spread. The movement is now a global movement. It has gone global in a way that even today, when we look at the Nyabingi guidelines, we say, you know, we need to engage the global Nyabingi family, you know, and we recognize that the first Nyabingi guideline was done with the elders of Jamaica. And then the second was in a consultation gathering in 2008, but we are now doing it in a virtual space where we have the widest consensus. I'm seeing something looking like a globe in Chile. Is that it? Is that the globe in Chile? I'm seeing something looking shiny and nice. I'm not sure. But I'm saying, Rasta, we need to carry this thing further, and we give thanks to the global connection. I mean, probably one good thing COVID has done, you know, this evil that they are perpetrated against mankind has done one good thing, because a coronation ceremony like this can be used. I mean, the Zoom platform and the global space. Here we are in the tabernacle at Pit 4, and we are talking to a global family. So the whole history of the Bingi, I think I've exhausted my time, and you know, I can go on to say.
Ras, I mean, we cannot ask anyone to synergize what you did, both in terms of the day and our own historical evolution. Ras Ivai is perhaps the first embedded scholar from the movement who was raised by a priesthood, most of whom are not with us. So he actually walk with these living texts, and as you've heard, has been a major part of our evolution, especially around this coronation celebration. Ras Ivai, we give thanks for that fulsome account. The record you've put into the public domain tonight is new for many and fully appreciate love, you know. We love that. And what you're telling us is that you have more work to do within I&I setting to make sure that this is taken to the furthest quality that we can derive from it. So we give thanks.
At 63 years, Rastolani, I still feel like an infant in the order, need to know more, to do more. Give thanks.
Well, your infancy is one we appreciate love, including the questions that you will share, because I think that's an important part of the knowledge consolidation. Not just sharing the knowledge, but ensuring that I hold that knowledge. So we give thanks, Ras Ivai, and we ask that you turn over the mic to the next contributor. I think it's your beloved brethren, Ras Ayavi.
Ras Ayavi.
Ras
So,
Ayavi.
I love it, sons and daughters. We give thanks for the listening. I hope I did not extend my time. Because, you know, it is so many things to be said when it comes to
We can't get enough of this story, Ras Ibai. So we indulged you, as I'm sure that most of the audience was very much insisting on. And yes, the coverage is important because it's pointless just to gather and not leave our families with the fulsome understanding. So we give thanks for that. And the works, more importantly, the works.
Haile Selassie are the first. Blessings and love. That's why we, yeah, man, give thanks. Another hard work on the vineyard.
All right, so Ras Ayavi is the next brethren. Just before he starts, I want to say that Ras Ayavi has insisted that when students come into Rastafari congregation, they understand that Rastafari is the supreme teacher. And all of these nabbing that we have been a part of, largely due to his insistence and the support of the Idrin, we have always had a wonderful reception that transforms those who take place. So Ras Ayavi, over to you again and give thanks as always.
Yeah, give thanks, you know. A lot of love I saying, quoting the word of his majesty that said, until philosophy that holds one race superior and another inferior is finally and permanently discredited and abandoned. And until there is no more first class and second class citizens of any nation. Until the color of a man's skin is of no more significant than the color of his eyes. Until bigotry, maliciousness, and inhuman self-interest is replaced by goodwill and understanding. Then the dream of lasting peace, world citizenship, and the rule of international morality will become but a fleeting illusion to be pursued, but never attained. There will be war, words of his imperial majesty, Haile Selassie. So I'm greet all of the listeners, all of the participants, in the name of His Majesty Haile Selassie, in the name of our Empress, Empress Adira Menem, in the name of all our matriarchs and patriarchs, and in the name of all those who are fighting for equal rights and justice. And I'm great the global community. Now, I want to pay a tribute to all of the brethren of the system, all of the presenters, since evening, since night, and maybe some morning for some, for all the input of all the participants. But I really want to give thanks because that is the point of view from which I come in relationship to the coronation of His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie and of Empress Adira Menem. Because a lot of the history has been told. But the brethren in St. Croix was not only talking about the history of what has been happening to our people and Rastafari, but he also points out issues or some of the issues that confront our as Rastafari and other people in this time. I also want to give thanks for pay attention to Dominic's presentation because it shows the impact that the coronation of His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie and the Empress Adira Menem had on the international community and the global community. Because looking at the coronation is one, but looking at the impact that the coronation has on the continent and globally. Because one spoke before and made mention of a king to come, and then you shall know that our redemption draweth nigh. But this king came from the Solomonic and the Davidic life, which was biblically prophesied and historically recorded. That the king shall come. And if you want to, because we've been referring to Bible verses, and you see tell you in Revelation 5 of the Lion of Judah, Revelation 18, 19, it tells you about the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Revelation 17 also tells you about the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. But we also look at Revelation 30 that tells you about the beast. And the beast 666. And surely and I know that vicarious Philadelphia Cyclops 4, when broken down from Roman numerals, will come to 666. So the fact that here it is on one side the Lion of Judah, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, and the Empress, and on the other side was the beast that I Rastafari identify as Rome. And Revelation said the beast and her allies had one thing in common, and that was to get up and make war against the Lamb that sits upon the throne. So it is no coincidence when in 1896 at the Battle of Adowa, and in 1935 when Mussolini invaded Ethiopia, it was no coincidence. It was a fulfillment of biblical prophecy, whether people want to accept it or not. But I would not look for the fulfillment of the prophecy in the sky. All biblical records are issued, some of them true, some of them not. But events that have taken place right here on earth. So I know that the fulfillment of the prophecy will take place right here on earth. So the fact that Ethiopia was invaded, and even when His Majesty went to the League, as pointed out before, and pointed to the fact that international laws and treaties have been broken. But the League would not do anything. Then the Axis was formed between Japan, Hitler, and Mussolini. Then Europe saw themselves having one common enemy in the form of the Axis, because here it was Mussolini in Ethiopia, and here it was Hitler in Europe. But it was only then that Britain saw it fit to support in some way, because His Majesty had gone to the League and pleaded not for them physically to come, but for helping him with the means by which Ethiopia can defend itself. So I'm going to look at the impact of that war, and I'm going to look at the impact or the possible impact if Ethiopia had lost that war. Because Haile Selassie spoke at the League and said, it is Ethiopia tomorrow, it will be you. May God and history record your judgment here. And through the powers, Haile Selassie regained Ethiopia, 1941, the 5th of May, I recall, Ethiopian Liberation Day. So all this is because of that coronation of 1930. Because here it was, a son of David line, a son of Cush, coming and crowning King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And I know that there's nowhere in the world that there's any dynasty that carried those titles. King of Kings, Lord of Lords, and conquering land of tribe of Judah, elect of God and light of this world. So the impact that it has had, that coronation and that victory, had led I to this point. Because I people have been resisting slavery and colonialism all these years. And His Majesty spoke in the League and other places and in the UN about the emancipation and the liberation of I people. Other individuals have come along, like we can point out to Marcus Garvey and other in the US, Malcolm X, Martin Luther, all this. But we are still technically confronted with the same situation that I ancestors have been fighting against from those times. These situations are still here. Some of I might be learning a little more, But the situation, the poverty, the ignorance, tribal war is still here amongst the United States. So the impact that coronation have had upon I and I as a people is that I and I was first mentally, psychologically liberated. Because I and I know here is a black king, and here is the king of the practice. I and I have to look at his example and the diplomacy and the strategy that I last year went about. And look at the situation now, and the people at the bridge not saying, both from a Caribbean and a global point of view. And I struggle still continue. How do I and I come together to carry the same gospel that I and I ancestors have been preaching and asking? How do I and I as a people come together to stand up and defend what is I and I do? So that coronation put I and I in this frame of mind, because I and I have now become aware of I and I self, and of the way in which European system has miseducated and misinformed and mislead I and I people. From Virgin and assisting all over the globe, just want to give thanks that this opportunity could be here within the Nayabingi family. Want to give thanks to all Virgin and assisting who and I over the weeks have worked. You know, Bongo who has been here from ever since. Isa Strong, Major Lyle, I Cross. Some names I don't think I can't even call, but I want to give thanks to all of the Virgin, Sister Joan, Sister Lily, and Zinga, Monica, all the Virgin and assisting who have been here working to make this be a possibility or to help make this be a possibility. Give thanks for the way in which technology has enabled I and I to can communicate in this manner, and hoping that I and I look forward to continuous communication. Because it's only by I and I coming together that I and I can find victory, and I hope dreams will be realized. And I have with my to say we have to apply and I wise mind, more knowledge and understanding to do his will. But the issues that confront I and I today, and I have to deal with realistically. And again, I and I give thanks for the coronation that enabled I and I to communicate in this. So the Virgin and assisting again, looking forward to a healthy I have been here in Pittsburgh until Monday. We're asking the Virgin here and assisting to make it their one road. Respect all the rules and the regulation and the principles and make this Nayabingi work. Continue on the journey of liberation. Bringing on the system again, and unto one love, Rastafari. I just like to guide and I and keep I and I, now and forever and ever. Give thanks, Rastafari. Before I leave, I just want all the half of them to get together and give a taste of a chant called Black Man King Man Come Praise for us. This is Black Man King Man Come Praise for us in the sea.
You muted yourself, Ras Ayavi. You're muted, Ras Ayavi. You're muted, Ras Ayavi.
Black man, king man, come, praise the Lord, the king man must be angry. If he's so, you can stand, Rastafari. Baby black man, king man, come, praise Farah. I just laugh at Jah, Rastafari. Steady good must be island. Before you can chant Rastafari. Steady black man, king man, go, praise Farah. Yes, Rastafari, sons and daughters, brethren and sisters. Respect Rastafari.
Yes, give thanks, Ras Ayavi and ones at Pit 4, Isla Full, taking charge and reminding us about the purpose of this duty. That is why we are here together. The ones who are on this platform take this celebration as a duty. We have a stalwart on the battlefield next, none other than our beloved brother Ras Miguel Lorne, an attorney at law, who is going to add his voice. He has been backbone of navigating this ritual across the community in the different places it has been held, and a major source of INI defense and strength. We want to ask this wise elder to share any thoughts that he has with us this evening. Ras Miguel Lorne, give thanks.
Brother Miguel, we're asking you to unmute.
Right. Think I'm unmuted now?
Yes, we're hearing you clearly.
All right. Greetings and blessings, honor and courtesy. I wasn't able to hear all the previous presenters. I heard some of them, but whilst driving home, we lost contact, so I didn't hear all of them the way I would have wanted. But give Jah thanks. I'm certain Ras I would have mentioned the three crownings. The crowning of His Majesty as regent. That was a very important crowning because in reality, that as regent with Empress Zada II as the Empress and on the throne, and he now became de facto the real administrator in Ethiopia. And during that era of time, he was able to gain tremendous experience as regent, traveled internationally, met different systems of governments, and so was able to add all of that experience to his mind and to fathom in Ethiopia. So that's the first crowning. The second crowning as king, Negusa Negas, is also very, very important. And then the third crowning as emperor. Now, many ones have been saying that when he was crowned emperor now, he took the name Haile Selassie. No, that is not so. The name Haile Selassie was in fact his baptismal name, from he was baptized as a baby. He then decided upon his coronation to more or less revive that name, or more or less to announce to the world that this was the name given to me when I was but a baby. And that's the name that came back now as the might of the Trinity. So that's an important change. I should also mention that there was a fourth crowning. That crowning took place at Aksum. In other words, at the church where the Holy Ark of the Covenant is, the St. Mary of Zion Church, His Majesty had a private crowning there. And it's for I and I to understand that that crowning now was the heavenly crowning, because that was the spiritual crowning that His Majesty felt that he had to go through in order to be accepted by the Holy Fathers, to be accepted by the Holy Elders who sit in spirituality, in council in spirituality at Aksum. That is, that holy see, that holy August setting has been there from anciency. There was a time when the four great kingdoms of the world, and Aksum, this is long before even Christ. You talk about the kingdom of Rome, the kingdom of Persia, and the kingdom of Aksum. There's another one which will soon come to mind. So the Majesty went to Aksum, and there he was also crowned as the emperor. And that to I and I is the spiritual crowning. The earthly crowning now, which took place on the 2nd of November, 1930. And that was more or less his announcement to the world to say, well, yes. And he recognized how important that was. That was very, very important for Rastafari. It was very, very important for Africa. And it was very, very important for Black people on and off the continent. We have been accustomed to seeing other crownings, whether in Rome, whether in England, whether in Netherlands, Belgium, all these places had kings and queens, Spain, France, and so on. So it was very, very important for Black people to see a Black king and queen being crowned. And that was the importance of the 2nd of November, 1930, to a large extent in terms of world publicity. But another great aspect of that crowning was that by 1931, His Majesty gave to the Ethiopian people, the Ethiopian Empire, a constitution. Now, if you check history, you see where persons have died, revolts have taken place, uprisings have taken place in many, many countries for the people to get a constitution. The importance of the constitution was that Their Majesty, Haile Selassie, now divested power from himself. This is unprecedented. There's no other country that I have ever come across where a king, an emperor, a queen voluntarily take power from themselves. And that was what he did. And to show the importance of that, brothers and sisters, the Constitution was not only promulgated, but the Constitution provided for an oath that the emperor himself take, an oath of loyalty to the people of Ethiopia, and consequentially an oath of loyalty to the Constitution. This is very important. You're talking about an absolute monarchy. You're talking about a king. You're talking about a lineage, as he himself says, coming from Emperor Ori, O-R-I, Emperor Ori, 4,000 years before him. And coming from that recorded lineage, there existed even before Emperor Ori, but His Majesty was careful to use the word recorded lineage and recorded history from Emperor Ori. And coming from that now, he felt that the time had come when he should govern with the help and the assistance of the Ethiopian people. So the Constitution wasn't just another document. It wasn't just some nice sounding laws. And I will point out to gathering, in that Constitution, there was a particular oath that the Majesty took. I'll read some of it for the brothers and sisters, this August gathering that I give thanks and honor to be speaking to. And on his coronation, this is what he says. On the occasion of his coronation, the emperor shall take the following oath. This is what the oath that he took. In the name of the Almighty I, we, Haile Selassie, Emperor of Ethiopia, swear that we will uphold and defend the Constitution of the empire, that we will govern our subjects with patience and devotion to their general welfare in accordance with the Constitution and the laws, that we will faithfully defend with all the means of our power the integrity and territory of our empire, that we will faithfully see to the impartial execution of all laws approved by Parliament and proclaimed by us. So all the laws having passed by Parliament, it had to come to him now for the proclamation and more or less get the seal of authority. So he says here, we will faithfully see to the impartial execution of all laws approved by Parliament and proclaimed by us, that we profess and will defend the Holy Orthodox faith based on the doctrine of St. Mark of Alexandria, professed in Ethiopia since the holy emperors Abria and Atibia, that we will ever promote the spiritual and material welfare and advancement of our subjects, and that with the aid of the Almighty I, we will faithfully execute the promises which we have here undertaken. So help I and I, Almighty God. I read that in full because it wasn't an ordinary oath. It was clearly a deep-seated commitment to the Ethiopian people and to the laws of the land. And it states clearly how we plan to govern the country. So as we sit now, as Rastafari, and as we honor this coronation, we should not be afraid. When I say I and I should not be afraid to know whether we are in the Ayabingi house, whether we are in the Orthodox, whether the Ayaboshanti, whether the 12 tribes or so, we should not feel ashamed to take an oath of loyalty, not so much to the Constitution, but to His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie. That would give practical meaning. It's nice to be spiritual, very nice. But His Majesty tells us of the balance. And if he saw the need to go, like I said, he made sure he was crowned spiritually at Oxum, but he made sure that the earthly crowning was witnessed by the world. So brothers and sisters, as we go forward, let's take lessons from his action. And I'm certain if we take those guides, we can never fail and we can never be hampered in our glory. So I give thanks to all brothers and sisters who make the coronation 91 very, very great indeed. We are honored that we can sit within these realms, communicate with I and above all, communicate with their majesty, who has blessed us and has made it possible for us to be here. Give thanks. So we hail the Almighty I, Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari. Haile I, Selassie I, now and forevermore. Give thanks.
Give thanks, my I loved brother Ras Miguel Lorne, one of my favorite teachers. And, you know, in spite of his not catching everything, he managed to just fill in all the gaps that were not covered. That's one of the things that we really love about this August set of teachers, that theoretically they know exactly what to say. And our final speaker in this section is another August teacher, Raskaimo, known to some as Brother Jakes, known to others. He has 4 decades of overstanding and proximity to Rastafari, and is perhaps one of the best known archivists of the word and other aspects of our disappearing culture. We invite Brother Jakes to share his insights in this space. He's in the Jamaican space, but he hails from a community that also is in Washington, of which he's a very strong part. Brother Jakes, it's over to you.
Blessed love, my brethren. To my brothers and sisters in the international Rastafari community, greetings in the name of Kedamawe Haile Selassie I and Empress Menanasfa. It is my blessing and honor to be here to speak on the coronation. But before I launch into my brief presentation, I would be remiss if after 41 years, I did not acknowledge the ancients, patriarchs and matriarchs who have been some of my teachers, some of whom have shown the light of the living eye, Emperor Haile I Selassie I in Ayman. Sometimes I've been a reluctant student, but that light has shone. So I want to call those names because too often they're forgotten within the portals of I. So I acknowledge with heartfelt gratitude the life and works of Bungo Puru, Pa Shanti, Bungo Lide, Sister Miriam, Sister Ina, Mama Bubbles. I acknowledge Bungo Pidao, Bungo Tawny. I acknowledge also the living ancient in the Washington, D.C. community, Ras Maurice Clark, better known as Ras Iris, who has been a wonderful teacher and inspiration to Iman over the years. So I prepared a brief PowerPoint, and I really wanted to talk about how it is that the Nyabingi tradition, the Nyabingi order, what we know as the Nyabingi celebration in the 21st century, here on the 91st anniversary of His and Her Majesty's coronation, has come to be what it is. We got something of that from Ras Ivai, but obviously the traditions were not born whole cloth. They were not only born through the inspiration of those inspired by His Majesty, but those who did this suffered and struggled for decades to bring to fruition what we now have today as a rich ritual tradition celebrated in the Rainbow Circle throne room, the sacred court of His and Her Imperial Majesties. So if I could just start my PowerPoint now. Is it up, Sister Colleen?
It's a way of providing. Brother Jake.
Yes. Yes,
I'm not hearing.
you hear me? Sister Colleen,
I'm muted, it seems.
We're
okay.
hearing you now. We're hearing you now. Go ahead, Sister Khalid. Oh, it's now beginning to share screen, Jay.
Okay. Sharing screen, okay. Well, perhaps I'll, from the beginning. Perhaps I'll just do it this way. Before there were such things as tabernacles, before there was the throne room, this ritual site of ascension that we're going to partake in this evening at Pitford, there was what was called the Coronation tradition that took place in camps and yards. And the only thing that is shared between that period and this period is the fact that there were drums. The Nyabingi drumming tradition had emerged in these camps and yards, and that fire always burned. That was the singular thing that joined them. If we're the slide we're looking at right now, I should just say here for reference, this slide here with the flag on top, this is one shot of a part of the legendary encampment of Backawal. This is Foreshore Road, and this is the Dungle over here on the right. This slide shows us Joseph Nathaniel Hibbert, one of the first expounders of Rastafari divinity, and he is in his yard in Jonestown, 1953. Note the images of His and Her Majesty, a representation of them, the Bible, and underneath it, what appears, I'm guessing, to be a copy of the National Geographic of 1931, and likely that larger piece at the bottom is a copy of the Illustrated London News that carried photographs of His and Her Majesty's coronation. The photo on the right is a street meeting at Clock Tower, Trenchtown, again, 1953. Note the coronation picture photo on the top and the photo of His Majesty with his foot on the bomb. This actually fits visually into a couple of themes we've heard tonight. I would argue that Brother Hibbert's ritual costume here, his ritual adornment in the robes, is an emulation of His Majesty. And note the sword that is emulating the picture that was published in the National Geographic. This same visualism that Ras Ivai talked about, which he has so insightfully brought forward as ritual elaborations that now we find today in the coronation duty, was present even in the early years of the movement. And in some ways, I would argue that Hibbert presaged the kind of ritual that would develop. But what stood between that time and this time was a colonial and post-colonial state that put Rastafari through the greatest trials and tribulations. We know from some of the earliest people who have written about Rastafari in the 1950s, and we know from Rastafari themselves, that the 1931 issue of the coronation was an important document. It was probably as important in those early street meetings as the Bible itself, when the prophecies of the book of Revelations were read that we have had reference to this evening. But the National Geographic issue was important precisely because it enumerated in great detail and showed photographs of those 7 Solomonic sacred symbols of authority that Ras Ivai has brought into being in this day. And this tradition existed on the streets and in the camps of West Kingston and across Kingston places where Rastafari were routinely run off the streets, brutalized, jailed for professing the fact that all nations must bow to the King of Kings. It wasn't until after the emperor's visit to Jamaica in 1966 that we actually have a tabernacle tradition that develops in Jamaica. On the left is a Ethiopian church in a church of the Ethiopian highlands. You can see the architectural similarity between that and the tabernacle at Scott's Pass, which was erected first in the late 1980s and then refined over the years. But that tradition with Nyabingi tabernacles really didn't exist. Nyabingi tabernacles really did not exist as centers until 1983 with Pitford and the late 80s at Scott's Pass. What existed before that was a tradition, as Ras Ivai has pointed out, of Rastafari moving from parish to parish after the king's visit and given elders receiving the house and holding the altar and putting together specially enclosures like this where the congregation would gather. And here we have a tabernacle at Bull Bay in a state of disrepair. Certainly the congregation would not celebrate in these conditions, but these tabernacles were used once or twice, sometimes rehabilitated, and then falling into disuse. The same tabernacle, I spent a lot of time on this site because I lived in the Bull Bay community and asked one of the families living there, Bungo Carmen and Sister Vince, to take their picture in front of the tabernacle. They made sure that His Majesty's picture had to be included because without him, without His Majesty's photo, the family wasn't complete, nor was the tabernacle. An artistic tradition developed even during those years when the assemblies were moving from parish to parish. Banner makers like Ras Sarge, artists that would bring together artwork that represented His Majesty, His and Her Majesty, Africa, repatriation, etc. And this began to develop as part of a tradition, but rarely did these kinds of things reside in the tabernacle. They would come and they would go and move on. Some of these sites, like the tabernacle at Portland Cottage, that was Bungo Tony's tabernacle, and the tabernacle at Freeman's Hall, Trelawney, which was Russ Daniels' tabernacle, had a more permanent basis and were themselves adorned inside. But it wasn't until we get to, as I said, the 1980s that tabernacle centers developed. And that actually strengthened the community in various ways because a single elder or elders did not have to bear the whole expense of mobilizing to construct a tabernacle and then accommodate the congregation. This photograph is interesting, if only because on the far right-hand side here, there are two brethren from Chile, Ras Dom and an ex-brethren whose name I can't call. This is Ras Dom here, and Ras Dom is over here, and this is the other brethren from Chile. They are among the brethren, undoubtedly, that Ras Ivai made reference to earlier, who have now taken on the same kinds of ritual adornment that he has talked about. And I'm just going through, I'm going to move through these quickly here. This is the tabernacle at Great Pond, another permanent tabernacle center. I said earlier that the only thing other than the drums early on that joined the early Nyabingi tradition with what we have today was the burning of fire. And in the early days, even when I was first among the house in 1980 and the early 80s, there was really no such thing as a fire key per se. There was a fire typically made with trees that were felled and then deposited on the ground and started with small kindling, but there wasn't anything like what we have today, which is really a structure, a fire key which is lit by a kind of fuse that is similar to the way that a coal kiln burns. They're made in Jamaica and other parts of the Caribbean. This photograph here is, I believe, taken in Knysna or another community in South Africa. And it's interesting that the fire key, like some of the other things that Ras Ivai has made reference to, has traveled internationally. Now, either Ras Ivai or IFV will be in a position to tell me, but I'm almost positive that this version of the fire key must have come about through the celebration at Pitford. The fire key has become its own ritual now, and I've taken the liberty to quote IFV here from a reasoning we had on Zoom a couple of days ago, where he said the lighting of the fire key is important to I. It brings one back to some ancient rituals. Some people come just for that. Watching the fire lighting, people can become fully engulfed in that. And here, these are a couple of photos that I took off the last year's lighting of the fire key, not the actual lighting, but the burning of it, from Pitford. Notice the congregants are moving counterclockwise around the fire. This is a ritual in the sense that the actual, the prior to the lighting, or maybe immediately after the lighting, 7 psalms are recited, and both brethren and sistren participate in that ritual. As with the fire key, which now has its own elaboration, there are elaborations. The Bingi altar itself is in the process of ritual development. On the left is a photo of the altar that I took at Pitford. I want to say it was 1987. And on the right is a photo of the altar at Scotts Pass that was taken somewhere around 2013, 2014. On the left, you see we have the photograph, we have an image of a representation of His Imperial Majesty in coronation raiment. On the right is, it's almost the fact now that any altar is going to have the photo of His and Her Majesties these days. And the altars are, there's a whole elaboration that has taken place. And this is the elaboration that Ras Ivai talks about, that was first introduced at Pitford in 1977 and then reprieved in 2014. In between those years, I should add, in credit to Ras Ivai, he was constantly refining this ritual, because he also convened a similar ritual in Lauderdale Lakes, Florida in 2006, which I attended. And that was also a reenactment of the coronation, although it did not take place in a tabernacle. Here we see the orb with the red, gold, and green around it, the 2 lances. These would likely be golden containers with rings. And we don't see all of the 7 symbols that I can see. But note that the tabernacle is well appointed, and we now have a ritual of some real significance that honors the most important date in the founding of I traditions. Here, just to make a few notes about the international spread of this, during the 1980s and 1990s, the consecration of tabernacles across the Caribbean, and in some cases on the South American rimland, as in the case of Guyana, was actually a part of the moving delegations of elders that crossed these regions. Here is the tabernacle in Princetown, Grenada that Prince Nanang and his brethren erected. I can't tell you when exactly, but it was sometime in the 1980s. Here is, we're inside on the left, we are inside the tabernacle in Veracruz, Panama. And the second drummer from the left here is Bingiari Lyons, who was honored yesterday. And even though I've inserted this picture of Mama Fire on the right, in her own tabernacle in White Rock, St. Mary, Mama Fire was present at this bingi. And so I put her here because she too was part of this traveling delegation, which now has probably more than one tabernacle in Panama and others in Costa Rica. Come up. Here is another manifestation of the way the tabernacle and the ritual has spread. This is Ras Makandal, an elder at the time in his late 70s, at a site called Jamaica Sana, which is in the rural area just outside of Rio de Janeiro. And he has a whole compound with a tabernacle on it. Unfortunately, Bungo Makandal transitioned and is with the ancestors now as of just about a year and a half ago. And here is perhaps the tabernacle that Russ Ivai was speaking about in Chile. When you get that far south, in the global south, yes, they have winter. And we don't see too many tabernacles with snow on them, but it's likely to happen in places like South Africa, Cape Town, and other places like that. And we come back to the Scots Pass Tabernacle just as a marker to point out that these sites have their own kinds of history that venerate the traditions that I have established. Scots Pass is significant for multiple reasons, not only because His Imperial Majesty crossed this area on the train line, which is literally just about 100 yards to the left of this photograph, in 1966 when he was making his way across the island on his state visit. And the tabernacle itself was inspired by the groundbreaking that his grandson, Prince Dawit, and Prince, can't remember the name of his brethren, but Prince Dawit broke ground for this tabernacle in 1987, and then it went through several iterations of development. But we didn't get from Bacawal in the 1950s and 60s, when it was a groundation tradition, to this site at the 91st anniversary of the coronation anniversary without a great deal of struggle. Many of these tabernacle sites in the earlier years prior to 1966, and even during the 70s, when the Manley administration was in power and presumably congenial with Rastafari, many of these sites and congregations were raided. Brethren and sisters went to jail. They were beaten. They were abused, and so this is a tradition of trotting through hills and valleys, trials and tribulations, just as the prophecy said, I and I are they who have trod through great tribulation and had our garments washed in the blood of the Lamb. Well, the Lamb no longer, because it's the conquering Lion today who comes with the message, on this date, all nations must bow, and I stand predominant in this time. So with that, I give thanks for the attention, and with these few words, greetings again on the 91st anniversary of the coronation of His and Her Imperial Majesties. Blessed love.
All right, Raskaima, Brother Jakes, one who too has been through great tribulations in being able to to stay the course and represent this history in the comprehensive way that you have. I'm sure many persons here, much of this is unfamiliar to, and for those who know it, it's nostalgic and appropriately shared for us now. But give thanks for that.
Blessed love, my brother.
Yes, one perfect love. We have remaining our empresses who will be led into the conversation by Sister Monifa, but there's also Mama Willeti or Dr. Dina Marie Bursford on that panel. And it's really Empress Menin Asfoa and the matriarchal strength of Rastafari movement. I would invite my sisters to take center stage. I see Sister Monifa engaged and ready.
Just
Yes.
asking us to stop sharing screen, please.
All right. Yeah. So Jake's. Yeah, I think he has stopped.
Yeah.
sharing.
Give thanks. Sorry.
Yeah. And anyone whose mic is open, I'm asking other speakers to mute at this moment while we invite Sister Monifa to represent. Give thanks, Sister Monifa. She is an activist within Rastafari, has been working from in the belly, so to speak, and now as an adult has stepped up and well mentored is here to share with us tonight. We're not hearing you. Yes.
You hear me now?
We're hearing you now.
One moment, I'm having technical
In the meantime, okay, go ahead. Yes, we're hearing you.
All right, give thanks. Greetings, everyone on the platform.
There's still a feedback happening. Apparently, there's a device that is still open. I want to acknowledge Sister Kabu I see in the audience. She was implicitly mentioned a few times. The 84th Coronation was well covered by IRFM, and IRFM generally has been a huge supporter of keeping this day significant. We are Sister Manifa, if she's ready, go ahead.
Brother Jalan, you hearing me now?
We are hearing you, but there's still a feedback.
I'm not sure what's happening.
There must be a second device that is somehow picking up everything. That's my thinking, but Sister Colleen, is that the case?
I am moving to where I am.
Yes, because the Zoom is on the big screen, I suppose. Your
Okay.
phone is on Monifa. So when she moves from the screen.
I want to acknowledge Dr. Barnett, who is here.
How is it now?
Still feed forward.
Two mics, Sister Monifa.
They might hear you in a brethren. No, I'm only connected through the one the device IAB was using.
You're clear now.
You're good now. You're very good.
All right, let me get some light and I will not be long. Greetings to the brethren and sisters on the call. It is a pleasure to speak on behalf of the Nyabingi Order. I am always so honored because I don't see myself in this light, but I guess I am able. So I'm going to start with Psalms 21. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Jah, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth me will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. Jah is my keeper. Jah is the shade upon my right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Jah shall preserve I from all evil. He shall preserve my soul. Jah shall preserve my going out and my coming in, this time forth and even forevermore. Selah. Jah, Rastafari. Greetings to the global family. Tonight, I am going to be presenting on the crowning of our Empress Waziri Menen Aspo and the impact that it has on the global Rastafari family. Now, the crowning of His Majesty and Her Majesty in 1930 was a symbolic moment, not just for the king, but for the Empress who broke tradition. An Empress and an Emperor has never been crowned on the same day. So in 1930, a tradition was broken, and I think that is where the empowerment of women in Ethiopia started. Women in Ethiopia were overjoyed that for the first time, the Empress will be crowned alongside her Emperor. When I consulted with my great historian, Bongo Ivai, and he recalled the events of 1930 and he painted it, I could feel the jubilation running through my veins. And he told me about what it meant for women. And as I reflected, I looked at what it meant for women in Rastafari. The crowning of 1930, it ignited the movement of balance. And that is what His Majesty did. He set a tone for balance. And we now see where it was not a case where he was crowned before and the Empress crowned after. They were both crowned side by side. Something that His Majesty clearly thought about. He consulted with the clergy, and on the day of the crowning, the Abuna, for the first time in history, crowned an Empress. Empress Waziri Menen. The ululation after the crowning could be heard for miles. And since 1930, in the Nyabingi family, we have been trying to set a balance. Over the years, we have been trying to include our female in the administration. It has been happening. It's something that is still a changing thing in our culture. But we see that we have female matriarchs who are a part of administration. Our 7 prayers that we offer before the lighting of our fire, some of those prayers, whether 2 or 3, is normally done by a matriarch of the family. We find in the Nyabingi family that this balance is necessary because Rastafari is for family. We look at the role of women in Rastafari, women who help to keep the traditions going, women who pass on these traditions to their daughters, to their sons, women who raise children to honor, to love Rastafari in only a way that we could learn from our own Empress. She was humble. She was for women and girls. She was for empowerment. And that is what we're taking over into this tradition. As it is now, we have some matriarchs who we have to make note of, like Mama Fire. Mama Fire, she's one of our notable matriarchs in the house. We also have women who are now a part of Ancient Council. So some of our matriarchs are now a part of Ancient Council. We find that the women in Nyabingi, they help to keep the grounds together. For example, we have Sister Woody, who she prepares the royal colors, whether it is for the altar, whether it is for the putting up the signs at the gate. We can always call on these women. We have matriarchs like Daughter Joanne, Daughter Lily, who continue to keep the grounds clean, who continue to raise their children and grandchildren proudly in Rastafari. We have women who are now in administrative position in the Nyabingi order. Daughter Mitzi, notable mention of Daughter Mitzi, Daughter Merle, Daughter Janet. And growing up, I am here speaking to a global family. This is something that a lot of mamas in Rastafari, we are not exposed to, because 50, 60 years ago, women were just coming to speak about or to talk on behalf of the Nyabingi order. So I myself is acting secretary, which is also something that we're doing. So when we look at the crowning of Her Majesty and the significance of the moment, we have to take into consideration that she's really the trend setter for female rising and for the balance of men and women in the Rastafari family. Mama Fire, are you here? I just want quickly, I think I have about 7 minutes. So I want to quickly share my stage with Mama Fire, one of our eldest matriarch. We also have Sister Ivy. We have to talk about Daughter Ivy. We have to talk about Queen Nzinga on grounds with us. These are women who are continuing to keep the balance in the Rastafari family. And these women also are mentors for young women like myself and for the young girls who come to the Bingi, who come to learn about Rastafari, to know that we have a place in our culture, in our society. So I would want to just share my stage and get a few words from Mama Fire. Mama Fire, are you here? Can you hear me? Calling Mama Fire. All right, so while she makes her way to the stage, and she's one of our eldest matriarch on site with us, we have Ma Shanti, who has been treading Rastafari since like forever. We have some notable queens who have been here with us, who have been following the roles of Empress Menen. They have been living royally. They have brought up their families in Rastafari. And for many years, they have continued to guide our ancients as they make decisions on behalf of the house. It is not a new phenomenon, but it is something that we're getting used to, where females in the Bingi house are a part of administration. We have a very, I wouldn't want to say loud, but a strong voice as it relates to the running and continuation of the Naya Bingi house. So I'm just going to hand over to Mama Fire quickly. Mama, for us to just give us a few words on the role of women and the impact that the crowning of Empress Menen has on the Naya Bingi family. Give thanks.
Here we are. Here we are. In Rastafari. And Empress Menen. Oh, it's a sweet and a perfect balance. Mama and Papa, they show the example of you take a man and a woman to show the beauty of your plan, which is life. And that's to Empress Menen now. I Selassie, I tell her in Abidjan, say, don't know what he must do without Mama Empress Menen. So therefore, the example of our mother that she set for her and I to step in and walk in and follow. It's so wonderful that every step of the way I step. We love and fear her in such a way that we need to try to do things that we are not supposed to do. So I give thanks at this moment for this 91 coronation celebration of His Honor Majesty, and make a vow to His Majesty as long as life exists in I, that we'll ever walk in His truth and His righteousness to the power of the Most High. King Eli, King Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, and I will never bow. Rastafari. Jump the beast again.
All right, so we give thanks, global family. We know we have a lot of other presentations, so we're going to get ready for the lighting and the fire. We give thanks and we look forward to another presentation like this. Jah, Rastafari.
Give thanks, Sister Monifa and the elder matriarch Mama Fire, who did give us a little of her warrior queen tradition. She, of course, is the keeper of a tabernacle in Portland, one of the few women in our community who has taken on that duty, and she is a consistent presence in the Nabing itself. I don't think a Bingi can go on without Mama Fire. In fact, give thanks for that, Sister Manifa. We have lined up next another one of my favorite teachers, Dr. Dina Marie Bursford, known to us by the affectionate term Mama Willetti. And Mama Willetti, we give thanks that you are able to grace us this evening to share that energy that you so well represent. The floor is yours. Blessing.
Yes, I. Yes, I. Greetings and blessings in that glorious name. Kedamawi Haile Selassie I and Empress Menen. And Empress Menen Asfa. Yes, I give thanks, all honor, all glory, all praise unto their mighty names. Blessed Coronation Iowa family, and I give thanks for the gathering. I give thanks for all of the ones that have presented before I, and for all of the knowledge that has been shared. I learned a lot from the presentation by Brother Miguel Lawn. Give thanks for Sister Monifa, Mama Faya, all of the ones, Brother Jakes, everyone that has gone forward, Rhonda, Empress Rhonda, Ethiopia, the Isis that chanted in St. Lucia for the Bobo Shanti youths was very mighty as well. I give thanks for the opportunity. On this coronation, this 91st Coronation, Iowa, I would like to take the opportunity to share a word sound on Empress Menen Asfa and the role that she has fulfilled for the Rastafari Ayatas in this time. You know, her coronation has brought forward a new reality for not just Rastafari women, but for women of the world. Her crowning has showed honor, leadership, glory, courage, and I give thanks for that perfect example set forth by I love it, Empress Menen Asfa. Yes, I give thanks, Sister Colleen. Slide number 2. I'm going to be skipping through much of what I had slated to block because much of it has been shared, but I will definitely touch on the pieces of importance that I believe need to be spoken of. Crown her with him. So ones have blocked on this crowning. Razai Vai has blocked on it. I just heard Sister Manifa block on it. And I wanted to say that the crowning of Empress Menen side by side is Imperial Majesty. Really, Farai was not necessarily a departure from what appeared to be years and years and years of tradition, but it was actually a return to tradition. His Majesty was realigning things. He was bringing forward what had been and what was. The crowning of Empress Menen really signifies for the Rastafari woman and for Rastafari people the connection, not just as it relates to relationships, I should say, King Man and Ayata, but the connection iridically and universally, the way that the bee is connected to the flower and the transfer of pollen, and the connection that the tree has to the air. This is the connection that was put forth on a global stage on November 2nd, 1930, when His Majesty changed tradition and crowned Empress Menen side by side. Yes, next slide, I give thanks. A crown of piety and service. Empress Menen's crown for this slide is representative of the Rastafari woman and her covenant. For those of I that wear turban or head wrap, it is indeed a crowning of piety and service. It is a reminder for I that are adorned in this way, that I must serve their divine majesties with I whole heart, and I must serve I's communities, and I must do I work as workers in the vineyard earnestly. Yes, this is the significance that I have linked her crown of piety and service to I's covenant and I's turban. One hand on the sword and the other on the chair. This image is actually not post-coronation, it's pre-coronation. It's actually soon after their marriage, and which would have been in July of 1911, July 31st, 1911. So this maybe would have been sometime in August because the photo credit does say soon after their union. And this image, I used it in this presentation really to show the leadership that Empress Menen is showing. She's with child. She is pregnant with the first child that her and His Majesty had after their union, and it's Tanana Haile Selassie. And she was born sometime around um, I want to say January 12th, 1912. So maybe about 5 months after their union. So the image with His Majesty's right hand on the sword and the left hand on the back of the chair is one of protection and also one of honor. It looks as though he's saying, look at this prized possession, look who I have. And when we look at Empress Menin's expression in this eye trait, it is one of brevity, one of honor, and she also looks very comfortable and very safe. So I wanted to just give that example. This is the example that the Rastafari woman seeks from the Rastafari Kingman. This is how I and I seek to feel. This is the kind of defending and honor that I and I seek to have for my and I balance. Yes, I give thanks, Sister Colleen. Next screen. All right, and this here is keeping in the vein of what has been said. I was counting, maybe about 9 times tonight already. I will make it the 10th. All nations have to bow and crown him King of Kings. All nations have to bow and crown her Queen of Queens. This image is used to recall the glory of their divine majesties, worthy of all tributes, all pomp and circumstance. It appears that Empress Menen awaits her bow in humility, but I seek to research further to determine whether or not her bow may have come first. She looks quite contented and is actually just waiting for the person to seal up the process with His Imperial Majesty. Yes, so we give thanks. I will give my crown if the war will cease. Empress Menen in her humility and her compassion for all ones, she lamented on the tribulation and the pain that was being experienced by women of the world, losing sons, losing husbands. And she says, if the war will cease or if the war will stop, I will give my crown. And she did fulfill that. I believe it was given to a church in Jerusalem or someplace. But that is the example that I and I will honor, the example that I and I will follow, giving up worldly possessions. She's doing this for the women of the world, who she knows are going through trials and tribulations because of war. And I, the Rastafari woman, ever on the battlefield, ever fighting the battle, asking the divine majesties to yard before I and do thy work thyself. I call at this moment those of I on the battlefield within Babylon as it relates to the so-called pandemic, and those of I that are struggling with having to walk away from livelihoods because I stand up in the Gideon and hold on to I faith, and I now bow to the dragon. So we give thanks to Empress Menen once more for her perfect example of showing I the way that I must yard. Next slide, Sister Colleen. This is the examples of the blue fire. The cover on the left is the book that will give full explanation and examples of Blue Fire and what it represents. It's written by the founder of Blue Fire, Jazanai Kush. And the cover on the right are some images from one of I treats. And the Blue Fire Leadership I treat really loves a space where Empress Menen Asfa is given her full glory by Rastafari Ayatas who acknowledge her presence in their liberty daily. and I, as Blue Fire Ayatas, really view and see and acknowledge their divine majesties the way I and I acknowledge I and I's earthly parents. Within their divinity, I and I will petition Empress Menen Asfa based on what I and I go forward for at that time. And another time, and I go forward to Kidamawi Haile Selassie, because definitely a mother answers in a different way. And this is the irit that I and I are holding in these times post-coronation as it relates to Empress Menen Asfa. Next slide, please, Sister Colleen. And these are some more images from the Blue Fire Leadership I Treat. And within the Leadership I Treat, there are workshops that take place. It's usually about 3 days, takes place in Miami. And there are workshops where I conducted a workshop some years ago where I taught ones how to crochet, providing opportunities for Ayatas to expand their economic base, ways that they could enhance or pre-love financial, economics rather. So the crochet workshop. There's another one where Mama Thea did a presentation on bath salts and showing daughters how to make those for sale and also for holistic uses within their families. There's the MEDI that begins each rise of the Leadership I Treat. And the MEDI is an acronym for the Men in Enlightenment Dawning Iowa, where I and I really give thanks and aises to Kadamawi Haile Selassie and Empress Menen Asfa. Presentations done on conflict resolution, really opportunities for I and I to seat up together, look at the challenges that I and I are facing, within Babylon, and really just bounce ideas off of each other and also petition the divine majesties to really help to uplift and hold I and I up in these terrible and dreadful times. Next slide, Sister Colleen. This slide here represents not all of the Rastafari Ayatas, not by a long shot, but many of the Rastafari Ayatas. I heard Sister Manifa block a moment ago of Sister Woody, Sister Joanne, Sister Mitzi, Sister Merle, Sister Janet, Dr. IB, Queen Nzinga, and our beloved Mama Faya, Ma Shanti, Mama Yanzi. And some of these daughters in this image have really stepped into roles as Rastafari women on the front line. There's Rases Jazanai, the founder of Blue Fire, and also the founder and owner of the Lalibela Institute in Miami. And I see and I Sistrin, Mama Ijania Christian, and I see and I Sistrin in Jamaica, Mama Mitzi, Makeda Blake Hannah, Sister Shamara, there's Sister Kabu and I REFM at the book launch for our book, Guragi, 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 Story of a Willow Princess, which is the story of His Majesty's mother, Ishimabet Ali Abba Jifar. We see Daughter Ifia, Queen Mother Moses, Mama Desta, Mama Faya. And like I said, I know that globally, there's a lot of work taking place. Sister Monifa spoke about the many changes that have taken place with the Nyabingi order post-coronation. But, I and I are really looking at the balance as it was revealed at the coronation. Their divine majesties are seen as a model for the Rastafari movement. And I would love to see the priestess join the priest. And I would love to see the prophetess join the prophet. The Jah has joined the Jahess with their divine majesties, the lion and the lioness, as it is in iration. Let's take lessons from the actions of Kidamawi Haile Selassie I, like Brother Miguel said, and let I move according to a righteous order that truly exhibits balance on all fronts. For these few words I give thanks. I'm going to seal with a chant. Rasai by chanting, Empress Menen is the Queen of Queens. Give thanks.
We're not hearing any audio. I don't know.
Is it playing, Sister Colleen? And I am not hearing it.
Would you might not have, because I'm playing it in this slide. I can go to the YouTube and I will just stop sharing this screen and come back.
Okay. Yes, I give thanks. Just wanted once to hear it. It's such a mighty chant. I love it so much. I don't always hear it at the ISIS, but it's a chant that I really love.
We're not hearing.
Okay, it's okay.
Not
On
yet.
Give thanks, Empress Menen is the Queen
stories
of
are designed to build vocabulary and comprehension.
There are hundreds of stories to choose from, at all difficulties from K.
All right. We're gonna try and cue that,
yes,
and ensure that Mama Waleti is not disappointed from hearing it, especially.
No, it's silent. Give thanks.
No, man, I
Give
would love
thanks.
to hear it, and I'm sure ones are now enticed. So if we're able to share that, we certainly will do that before we close off.
Yes.
Give thanks, Mama Waleti, always a pleasure.
Right.
I know you not just represent yourself, but you represent the sisterhood that really sustains the community that you're a part of, and I'm appreciative. I see colleagues, Rasses Jackson, present. We give thanks for that. Sister Imani also present.
Yes, I.
We give
Yes,
thanks
I. Imani. Yes, I.
for that.
I want to use it now.
Sure, go ahead if it's available.
Another Queen of Queens. Let us rejoice and chant. Let us rejoice and chant today. Empress Nana, the Queen of Queens. And today is her Earth Day. And today is her Earth Day. From the top again. Empress Nana, the Queen of Queens. And today is her Earth Day. And today is her Earth Day. Rejoice, all Ethiopians rejoice. Say to rejoice, all Ethiopians rejoice. Let me hear the little nation, no man. I said to rejoice, all Ethiopians rejoice. In the province of Wallo she was born. In the province of Wallo she was born. was crowned with the Lord of Lords, and she was crowned with the Lord of Lords. Set to rejoice, all Ethiopians. I said to rejoice, all Ethiopians. Rejoice. That's it. I said to rejoice, all Ethiopians. Rejoice. I said to rejoice, all
I love full. Give thanks, Mama
Yes, give
Willeti.
thanks. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
man.
All right. Aye.
For introducing that one to some of us and reminding others of us that that one exists. And, you know, just consistently demonstrating that we continue to forge new paths. You know, this coronation, we've not just unearthed conversations, not just about His Majesty, but also Her Majesty in ways that we previously have not necessarily done so much. And we see Ras Ivai has provided the accompaniment of music to help us to understand some of that heritage that she provides. And thank you again, Mama Willeti and Sister Monifa, for reminding us that which we can be as a family, balancing the scale of humanity. At this point, we want to invite members of our audience from around the world. I see my Chilean family here. I'm not sure if Sister Nyama wishes to provide any insights as to what's happening in her section. I see brethren from Puerto Rico here. I also see people in the diaspora who are in the United States. So at this moment, we want to open up for any short contributions that anyone might wish to offer at this point. I see Mama Mitzi online. Welcome and thank you for joining us. And just to really say that we want to open up for comments or questions or short inputs that ones might be inspired to make at this point in time. The floor is open. If you raise your hand or just acknowledge, we can unmute you or whatever it is that the IT people will do.
Aye. Bongai?
Yes, Queen Mother.
Yes, I give thanks. Yes, this is for Ras Miguel Lon. Is he still online?
He is indeed. He's in camera. Yes.
Greetings, Brother Miguel. Greetings, Sister Waletti here. I wanted to just hear a little bit more. I don't know that I got the fullness of it. And if it's too lengthy, I can get it offline another time from the eye. But I love the sound that the eye blocked on the quadruple crowning, on that fourth crowning. And I always block on the triple crown and the three crowns, and we have the dates and everything. I love the sound that the eye blocked on the fourth crowning at Axum. Can the eye just strengthen that or block that one more time so I can put it into long-term memory? If the eye will, please.
Yes, gladly, gladly. And just before I do, I want to mention that it was from His Majesty's hands that the Abuna took the crown to put on the head of Empress Meninai. And I'm certainly the Majesty did that in a way to make sure that all the chiefs, all the kings, all the nobles around should see that it wasn't just going to happen, but that he took up the crown and from him, the Abuna took it. With regards to the crowning in Aksum, at the time, and I will just read a little thing here that will make it even more, say it better than I can. The coronation ceremony was conducted, that is in Oxford at St. Mary of Zion, was conducted while the king sat on a pillar-like throne. And the place is called Menagashi. Menagashi meaning a place where coronation takes place. Among the numerous emperors, and they mention specifically those that have been crowned there, and Haile Selassie stands out. What
You're muted, Brother Miguel. Your mic is now muted again, Brother Miguel.
Yes, I'm here. I'm being heard now.
Yes, we're hearing you.
Yes. It says here, nearby in a row of 12 ancient notive stone seats, whereupon sat the judges who counseled the Ethiopian emperors. So you're being crowned, and then it is surrounded now by the council that more or less give their advice, more or less give their approval. And it was very important for the Majesty to have gone. Now, he went to Aksum after the 2nd of November, because it specifically states that he was recrowned at Aksum. So it would have been after he had gone, after the 2nd of November, that he felt that he had to go through this baptismal, this heavenly crowning, and was more or less ready now to rule creation. So I give thanks for the opportunity.
Yes, sir, we give thanks. And that was St. Mary of Axum, the home of the Ark of the Covenant.
The home of the Ark of the Covenant.
All right, give thanks, Brother Miguel. Yes, I, Rastafari, give thanks.
Give thanks, Mama Willette. And I recall reading that Axum historically would have been the site for coronation. So he is also connecting to that major history, because Addis Ababa, as we know, is a new capital. And if my memory serves me correctly, Menelik II went out of tradition in not going to Axum, and His Majesty continues that, but does go back to Axum, as what we're being told by Brother Miguel. We give thanks, Brother Miguel, always unearthing some additional, yeah. Are there any other comments or inputs that our audience might wish to make at this time? We have, I would say, 10 minutes or so that we can take such. I see my students are still here. I'm glad to see that. I want to say that, this evening really represents invitation into our inner sanctum as a community, almost as though we've taken you into the chapel to sit before the Holy of Holies in all of what has been reenacted and said here. And I understand for students who have just started to look at this material, it might feel like a heavy or a very full meal. But you shouldn't be deterred. I see Bongo Wisely. Yes, please go ahead, Bongo Wisely. Our brother from St. Lucia, Nyabingi Elder there. I see your hand. If you just unmute, you can go ahead and block Bongo Wisely.
Yes, sir. Greetings to the family. Blessed love. Yeah, Bongo Wisely Tafari.
Blessings.
Yeah, chairman of the Caribbean Rastafari organization, and also Nyabingi elder from the Nyabingi house in St. Lucia, Ayanola. Yes, I give thanks to be on this platform here this Iowa as we celebrate, the 91st anniversary of the coronation of His and Her Majesties, you know. It is an honor. And to even hear the presentation from the various sisters who presented, you know, because in reality, in truth and in fact, you know, the coronation in 1930, and even as Brother Miguel indicated, it is not just to say, well, His Majesty was breaking tradition, but returning to the tradition of having the balance established, Alpha and Omega balance. You know, so we give thanks that even within the Nyabingi order, in this time, you know, we are bent on restoring that balance. You know, so we really want to encourage the sisters to really step up and, you know, as they say, be prepared, you know, because it's a nation we're looking to develop, and it cannot be just the patriarchs alone. Have to be the patriarchs, the matriarchs, the sons and daughters, all for one for all. You know, it's a family, Rastafari nation we are looking to establish. So once again, I give thanks, you know, for the opportunity, and on behalf of the Rastafari community in Ayanola, I just want to convey our love and to let ones and ones know that, you know, I there on the battlefield, and even remembering even the situation which is presently happening in Ethiopia, you know, which is just another attempt at recolonization of Ethiopia. So we have to stand firm and let the people of Ethiopia know that we are there with them, and we remain confident in the victory of good over evil. Giving thanks, Rastafari, one love. Give thanks, Bongo Wisely. Enough appreciate love for those really solid insertions. No one has really spoken about Ethiopia this evening, and you're bringing it to our recall is an important meditation now as we celebrate a coronation that was anchored in that imperial empire space on Africa. And I appreciate love the reminder that you've just provided that, you know, Mama Willette says, no, His Majesty didn't break with tradition. He returned to tradition. And that's why it is so important that we have scholarship, which is also balanced. So we don't continue framing things in ways that continue to marginalize our completion in that way. But give thanks again, Bongo Wisely, for that Nyabingi elder out of St. Lucia. I saw the hand of Maya, I think it was. I'm not sure if she's still here. If not.
Yes, I am still here.
Yes. Please go ahead, sister.
Greetings in the name of the Most High Rastafari. This is, many know I as Daughter Blossom, aka Mayaya Nature. I give thanks that and feel honored that I have lived and still living to know and be here to celebrate the 91st anniversary of His and Her Imperial Majesty. Yes, I feel so honored to be on this platform right now, because I remember in the year 1980, His Imperial Majesty has chosen my home to represent the place that kept the 50th anniversary of the crowning of His and Her Imperial Majesty. That was Angel Heights, the first one-month bingy that ever kept in Jamaica, the first tabernacle that was made in Jamaica, that was ordained with red, gold, and green flag, flowers all around it. I mean, you know, it was it is so good to know that I am still present because my kingman is not, to see the 91st anniversary of His and Her Imperial Majesty. You know, and I really give thanks to each and every one, Sister Fire, and all the elders that stand up till this day, you know, to represent the liberty of the Most High, Rastafari Selassie. Yes, that is just what I would love to say and give thanks, you know, for this present moment. Give thanks, love in the house.
Mama Blossom, you've made the evening. It's good to see your face. This is one of my absolute favorite matriarchs, an excellent poet. In fact, I wondered if we could pull something out of you, Mama Blossom. But Mama Blossom stole the show at the Carl Gardens event I last saw her at, when she brought up a poem which just emphasized blue fire different from man fire. And it spoke to rather seeing a sermon than hearing one, you know. It's bag of talk and no action.
Would you like me to say it?
Please, Mama, if you don't mind, just
I'm
share
not
it.
sure that I might, I'm not sure. A long time I say it, you know, but I feel honored if I can share this poem with the house. Please. Because this poem was given to me by His Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie. And it says, it's called a sermon, a sample, not a sermon. I'd rather see a sermon than hear one any day. I'd rather someone would walk with me than merely tell the way. The eye is a, oh gosh. Can you give me a minute, make me get a paper?
The eyes are better. The eyes
you make me too glad for once.
Come again. Yes, Mama. Yes, Mama. But yeah,
again,
we'll and come again, Mama. Yeah, man.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Are you forwarding now, or are you going to return when you get it? Okay, when you get it together, you can return and share it with us, Mama. But yeah, Mama Blossom still with us, and she has put herself in the history of our accounting of the Nyabingi by saying it's her house that the 30th anniversary of the coronation took place in 1980 at Angel Heights. Is there any? Are you with us again, Mama? All right, so it's over to you again. Can we pin Mama Blossom?
I have to ask someone who is co-hosting to pin for me my screens.
All right, go ahead, Mama Blossom. All right, I'm not sure if she's ready, but in the meantime,
you did herself.
She's here as Mayaya. Yeah, Mayaya Nature.
Can she unmute?
Brother Jalani?
Yes, Brother Miguel.
Whilst we wait on Mama Blossom,
yes.
That was such an outstanding bingy up at Angel Heights. I just want to say that the words that His Majesty said upon the transition of Empress Menin must be repeated here tonight, when he said, "May these tears we shed be the price for peace in this world." I think it's one of the highest honor any king could make to a queen, and a son could make to a mother, and so on. May these tears we shed, that is the tears that he himself shed, be the price for peace in this world. I give thanks.
Give thanks, Brother Miguel. Give thanks. Give thanks.
Yeah, man. All right, so while we're waiting on Mama Blossom, if there any other quick words
I am
from...
here. I
Okay,
am
Mama
here.
Blossom. Okay, so go ahead, please, Mama Blossom.
Okay, give thanks.
Yeah, man.
Yes, and this poem is called A Sample, Not a Sermon. I'd rather see a sermon than hear one any day. I'd rather someone would walk with me than merely tell the way. The eyes a better pupil and more willing than the ears. Fine counsel is confusing, but example always clear. The best of all the preachers are the ones who live their creed, for to see good put in action is what everyone needs. I soon can learn. I soon can learn to do it. If you let me see it done, I can watch your hand in action, but your tongue too fast may run. The lecture you deliver may be very wise and true, but I'll rather get my lesson by observing what you do. I may misunderstand the high advice you give, but there's no misunderstanding how you act and how you live. When I see a deed of kindness, I am eager to be kind. When a weaker brother stumbles and a young man stay behind just to see if he can help him, then that wish grows strong in me to become as big and thoughtful as I know that friends to be. All travelers can witness that the best of guides today is not the one who tells them, but the one who shows the way. One good man pre-teaches. Many men believe what they behold. One deed of kindness notice is worth 40 that are told. Who stand with man of honor, learn to hold his or her honor dear. For to see good put in action, no, which honor learns to hold his or her honor dear. For right living speaks a language which to everyone is clear. Though an able speaker may charm me with his eloquence, I say, I'll rather see a sermon than hear one any day. Give thanks, love in the house,
Enough, enough.
Rastafari.
Appreciate love, Mama Blossom. Enough. Appreciate love.
I.
Sister Mayaya with us on the battlefield and here putting her voice on the celebration record for the 91st anniversary. We give thanks, Mama Blossom.
Thanks, Rastafari. I feel honored. I.
All right, so we still have a minute or two if there are any sounds that ones might be inspired to block before I turn over to my able host, Idor Chair, Ras Wayne Rose. I saw him come in camera not long ago, but I am more or less at the end of my own formal engagement with the program. I want to thank the range of contributions we have had, starting out in St. Croix, Ras Falu and Tafari Tizadi, leading the contributions we had, which included ideas and reasoning around collective security. We then had the film on the coronation, and we are thankful for the animation and voiceover work done by Dr. Asantewa, excellently narrated. We're sorry we couldn't have shown you all of it. There was a final few minutes that we didn't show, but we can share the film for those who want to see it in details. Honorable Empress Rhonda, Ethiopia, and the Baba Shanti choir, youth choir, out of St. Lucia. We give thanks for that strength as well. Ras Dominic out of Austria for his presentation on international involvement or observation of the coronation itself. And then we turned to Jamaica, where we had inputs from Ras Ivy, Ras Iavi, Ras Miguel Lon, Ras Kaimo, Brother Jakes. And then we moved into our particular focus on Rastafari women, hearing from Sister Manifa, Mama Fire, Mama Willeti as our appointed speakers. At this point in time, our expectation is that we will turn over to Ras Wayne, who will provide whatever closing inspirations he might want to do, but then we will join Pit 4 for celebration up to and perhaps beyond the lighting of the fire key. So we're inviting you to a viewing session with Pit 4 as the source of that Iliberation for this evening, and putting to a formal close this section of the program. Thanking you all. Ras Wayne, I don't see you coming into camera. I'm not sure.
I am in camera, my brother.
All right. Okay, so it's over to you, my good brother.
Give thanks, give thanks, give thanks. What a joy it has been to sit and listen and to learn. So much nuggets and chunks of golden information has been shared, but more so the family came together in celebration of His and Her Majesty's crowning, 91 years since the crowning. So for the past number of years, IDOR framed several narratives about the reality of the crowning of Kadamawi Haile Selassie I and Menenasfa. And we sealed 90 years in terms of the trimesters and what that meant in terms of the delivery of the next and the new. But even in that delivery, as we enter into the next 90 years, we've just completed the first of it, and the trauma and the efforts at victimization and the undermining, even though many came and bowed, there are those who are resisting to get on their knees in recognition of the righteousness of Rastafari. And as children of Rastafari, we've been very tolerant. We've been very loving because we come from that parenting space where we love our neighbors and we love even those who have done wrong to us. But there is a love that precedes every other love, and that is love of self. Ubuntu. I am because we are. And because I love you and you love me, we must live that love in a new reality, because there is a battle that has been raging for the last 400 years. And as African people, we must not forget that. Even as we seek to end that battle through our own love and compassion and tolerance and our sharing of our many gifts to humanity, let us not forget that His Majesty's and Her Majesty's crowning represented one of justice and healing for the African and human family, but it also represents a time of reckoning. Let us be prepared in that regard. Our brother Tafari spoke of it earlier. Let us not be caught as 5 foolish virgins without our oil and our lamps properly oiled and trimmed, because there is a reckoning that is taking place. It has already begun. Let us not be victims of that reckoning. Let us be the victors who stand tall as Rastafari leaders to be respected, because that is what the coronation represents to us also. So I say in the fullness of the universal development of Rastafari, an organization that has come to serve the family of humanity, and more so the African family. Let us be members of a new race, but unapologetically, let us stand for justice and healing for our family. And let us call, as Nyabingi have historically done, for the cessation of the oppressive regimes, the down-oppressive regimes against our good people, against our bodies, against our economies, against our very humanity. And in that calling, I heard our beloved daughter Blossom spoke of 30 days of Bingi 41 years ago. Let us be prepared to call for Bingi, which is death, a cessation of down-pressive regimes. Let us call for that as we enter into the 130th or 13 decades since the birth of Kadamawi Haile Selassie, who was baptized as Haile Selassie I, Rastafari. As we enter into that 130th year, let's be prepared with intentionality to chant for an end to this oppressive nature in man and a return, as our beloved Mama Waleti and Brother Miguel spoke of, and Ras Jalani reiterated, and Bunga wisely spoke of it, a return to the normalcy of our humanity, which is God within, the good God, not the demonic ones, the goodness in our humanity, which is innate. Let us invoke that. Let us bring that forward. And let us speak with clarity, as we have done in our Bingi chants, but now even publicly in our lives, as our beloved daughter Blossom just spoke of. Let us lead by example in standing firm. And when we say judgment, it resonates in the knees and the hearts of the wicked so that they will stumble and fall. And when we say justice and healing, we can call our families from the four corners of the earth, all good people, especially our African family, to the healing nature that is within us and within the creation of the divine Kadamawi Haile Selassie I and Meninasfo. For these few words, my family, I pray that they resonate in our consciousness and that they are just in the ears of the listeners and to our divine majesties, our parents, who have taught us the ways of tolerance and patience and love and humility, but has equally taught us that there is a time for everything under the sun. All praise to Kadamawi Haile Selassie and Meninasfa, our mother and father, our divine inspirations that today stands in us, lives in us as Rastafari. Give thanks. Let the eyes flow from sea to sea, from shore to shore. Let us give thanks and praise to our divine majesties. And I welcome our Bingi family at Pit 4 and across Iration to chant the chants of goodness and also the chants of justice and healing and judgment and heaping. Eli Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, honor and glory to our divine majesties. Give thanks, my family. I, my brother Jalani, I'm only the humble servant of Mama Waleti, my chairwoman, my chairperson. I preside in the office of the president. Give thanks.
Aye, aye. Rastafari, give thanks.
Are the ones at Pit 4 ready to?
Yes, they're ready.
Okay, all right. So going forward, then we're over to Pit 4 and we invite our audience to stay with us for as long as the communication and connection with Pit 4 is available. We're hoping to catch a firelight just before midnight as well, which would give us approximately 2 hours or so of participation, full participation. So yeah, full joy, the togetherness. We can even look at one another's faces as much as we are in social distance. So we give thanks for the way technology quickens progress as we were guided by our wise mind father, Kadamari Haile Selassie. One perfect love from Iman, and continue with the viewing. I see Dr. Beckford on the call. He's another one of those who brings students forward. I trust some of your students were here as well. and that they've received some insights as to what this is about, and we'll continue to see that as we go forward with the ISIS.
Come on, a number of them came on. A number of them came on.
All right. Isla,
But
forgive that.
really appreciate the bingo with the differences here. The balance, really appreciate the balance.
All right. Give thanks. My brother Orville Beckford. Orville Beckford is one of them that insists that the students maintain this link and do engage with the community on field engagement. So yeah, we give thanks for that. Sister Monifa, it's over to you all.
Blessed love, Mama Wolete.
Yes, Thank you, family. Ayanola St. Lucia. Blessings and love. Bongo wisely. We give thanks.
Yes, I give
To the
thanks. Yeah,
Benigas.
man.
Love.
Nice hearing from the eye. Nice
Yes,
presentation. Sure.
Give thanks. Give thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah, man. Iliberation, Iowa. We can't make the pandemic dampen things, and I have to just
Never.
steady on the journey.
True.
Give thanks. Bongo wisely. Thanks.
Blessed love, Bunga Wisely.
Yes, Jakes. Rastafari.
Live and reign.
Yes, man. Give thanks.
Bongo ID, I said 2 hours of ISIS, all into midnight. We chanting ISIS still.
Yes, Sister Willity, that's what he said.
That's good.
I'm gonna make it post.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we could rock the rest of the bingy. Yeah, that's so nice. Yeah, man, it's a true sound that this vibration taking place in the world has really brought all of I united, right? In a good way.
Yes,
Yeah.
Out of the evil come forth good.
Come good, yes.
True. Yes, man.
True. Yes.
I have some viewers on Facebook. I have completely forgotten them.
Oh.
I'm gonna invite them over into the Zoom. So I can
how many ones were streaming there?
Facebook, I have completely forgotten them. It has been shared a couple of times, so our reach so far is, we had a lot of sharers, so we had 500 and something was shared with. People were sharing with their own pages.
Wow.
On it now. Tracy, come over. So we're inviting the Facebook audience to come into the actual Zoom. I'm going to put the link in on the Facebook page. I've just done that so that I can stop the live stream.
Okay.